Test, test, test.
Are we good?
Fingers crossed.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you very much. Thanks for the chat.
Do you hear me now?
Here's the judge.
Hello.
Come on in. We've already started, but we welcome you and thanks for being here.
I'm sorry. I
That's
had
okay.
2 o'clock on my calendar.
Oh, no worries.
Had a
It's a
week.
busy time.
No worries. Yes. Okay, so moving forward, the final change that I wanted to make sure all of you are aware of is also on page 14. Judge, we're currently reviewing some of the changes that we have here. So at the last meeting, there was a recommendation to include language that is currently on. Do they have a copy of what the old language is? I want to make sure everybody has a copy of what the old language is and what's been replaced.
It's a red line.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
track changes. Okay, so primarily, what was recommended in the previous version is that after the evaluation team has an opportunity to review each of the proposals, that they would complete their scores and then they would send the scores into Holly, who would be the purchasing official. She would add them up, and then those recommendations would come to the chair, who would have been me, who would have then selected who would be able to move towards moving towards negotiations. Well, the attorney advised against that, and I do too. So I was really happy that that was something that he caught. And what the plan is now is that the evaluations team will then collectively make a decision as to which of these proposals move forward to go towards the negotiations team. So that was one major thing, which I think definitely needs to happen. But that's the third major change that happened with this particular version. So I just wanted to check in with everybody. Are you all comfortable with that change with the proposal?
Yep.
Yes, great. Okay. So those were the major changes that we proposed. So what I would like to do is, if you all are comfortable with this, I would like to ask Holly and Ted to please continue to read this. I know that they've caught a couple of grammatical errors. Please continue to look for those grammatical changes. And I would like to give them authorization to make grammatical edits to this without having to come back to us, and any other technical issues related to that. But other than that, I think all of the other things that we have requested has been made, and I'm comfortable with this where this is. So let me just find out from everybody, are you all comfortable with this ITN? Mark?
I am, with the one question, and it really is more to Ted than
Sure.
anything else. And it does relate to the timeline. It is a very tight timeline. I think it has the ITN activity kicking off in November 1, right?
Yeah.
Which means that all decision points have to be made and the contracted firm has to be ready to start within the next basically 2.5 months, right? 2.5 months. That's pretty quick.
Correct. It's correct. It's a very tight time frame.
Okay. As long as we're comfortable with the time frame.
I do think it's tight, and we did talk about this at the last meeting. And that was one thing that Walter really, he said, we just need to make sure the committee members are in place during these periods of time to make sure we can get through the evaluation stage and we can get through the negotiations phase to make sure that we have access to this. One thing that Holly and Ted have done, they've contacted everybody that's been assigned to those committees and asked to make sure that they were available so that we can make sure that we can definitely move this forward.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Granger, I think you had a comment.
Yeah, I was just going to point out, because the meeting burden schedule that council members have been under with regard to the different committees and whatnot will ease for this committee substantially after this. Dr. Glenn is going to talk more about the negotiation evaluation committees and let you know about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Mark, are you comfortable with the fact that the committee members have confirmed that they are available and can meet these
Yep.
requests? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I am. I just want to acknowledge that it
Yeah.
means all of us have to be right on top of it.
Yeah, we're aware of that. I think we all had heartburn when we were realizing how tight this was, but we do think it's doable. Okay. Then one other change that I want to make sure we point out that we discussed that's not made here on page number 9. I think we discussed having the deadline to submit on the 24th, having the deadline to submit the responses to be 1 o'clock and not 2 o'clock. So then that gives Holly an extra hour to be able to get back to the county commissioner office and have the public opening. So that change has not been made. And I just want to make sure we go on the record to make sure that request is made. Okay. So given where we are with this, given the fact that we've been looking at this for a month, and I'm not trying to rush this forward, I do hope all of you had ample opportunity to review these. I think we have discussed everything that we want to have in here. Are we ready to vote on approving this ITN to move this forward to the full council?
Yeah.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Amen. Let's take a vote. Is there anybody that is opposed to that? Liza, you good?
Yep.
Okay, guys, I think, let's just clap. I'm really happy.
Called progress.
That is definitely called progress. All right. So I do think that we have an ITN that I'm proud to be associated with. I hope that each one of you are. I know it was a lot of work. There was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that went into this, but I really appreciate it. And I think we came out with a very valuable product. So I personally want to say thank you.
Congratulations, Dr.
Thank you.
Lynn. We appreciate it.
Thank you, all of you.
Great.
Okay, we're good. All right, thank you very much. So we have an approved ITN that we will definitely move forward. Okay, now, as I mentioned earlier, we do have 2 different committees that will be actively involved with this. So I just want to make sure everybody knows who's on the evaluations team and who's on the negotiations team. So the evaluations team, it will be myself. I will be on the evaluations team. Ms. Liza will also serve. I think your expertise will really be welcomed on the evaluations team. Mr. Terrence Watts, did I see him? There you are. All right. Terrence will also serve on the evaluations team. Dr. Bolden, who is not present today, he's the principal at NIMS Middle School, has agreed to be on the evaluations team. And then also John Hughes. I don't know much about Mr. Hughes, so Ted, I'm going to ask if you could please just let the committee know a little bit about him and why we feel as if his expertise will be of value to this committee.
Yes, Mr. Hughes, as you can see, is a senior research associate at the Florida Center for Reading Research. He has a great deal of experience in evaluation of ITNs and RFPs and putting them together, analyzing the numbers and crunching numbers to make sure that the numbers are credible in response to that, the numbers that respondents put on the table, et cetera.
Question, if FSU bids in any way on this, does he then need to recuse himself? I'm just concerned that FSU could potentially be a bidder and he would need to recuse himself.
I asked, we had 2 other people from FSU who participated in looking over the ITN and providing suggestions. And I asked them, I said, look, if FSU is going to potentially respond to this ITN, you shouldn't be involved. And they all said different divisions and departments are segmented such that they would be able to respond if another area within FSU decided to respond.
What's your opinion with?
That's just concerning
Yeah.
to me because I'm a Knoll and I don't care where I worked at that university. If I was on there, I'd want them to win. So, and I think it's a potentially complicating factor for us.
So I tell you what we can do is once we know which respondents have come in, if we do realize that there's the potential conflict of interest, then I think we would have to address that at this time. And we may have to ask Mr. Hughes to step away, and then we would have to find some alternatives. And I do think there were a couple of people that we had in our back pocket as alternatives for the committee.
And can I ask, it seemed really heavy because I would put myself in the education sector. You're in the education sector, the principal's in the education sector. Did it have a health person on the?
I'm a health person.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
At the end of the-
Okay, thank you.
Right, yes. Okay, so I do think that we have a pretty balanced team
Perfect.
here with regards to the evaluations team. Okay. All right, and then any other discussions with regards to the evaluations team? No? The negotiations team, so here are the members of the negotiations team. So I will be the consistent person between, just to make sure that there is a connection between the evaluations team and the negotiations team. Daryl Jones, who is not here today, has agreed to be a negotiations team. Walter in the back, there he is. All right, Walter has agreed, and Walter, we want some strong negotiations coming from you. And then also Mr. Neil Skeen, who is a friend of ours who has been present at all of these meetings. He has agreed. Mr. Skeen, I know a little bit about your background. If you don't mind, do you mind just making sure that everybody's aware of what your background is and your skill set? I just want to make sure they're comfortable with the expertise you bring forward.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you for asking me to do this. My daughter has noted that I have had multiple careers in my life, and she says, "Dad, you're just a millennial." It'll
Which
take
millennium though?
millennial gig
Which-
workers. You
which
move from
one?
one job to the next. So I'm the oldest millennial. My most relevant experience for this is that I've served in the director's or secretary's office of two child welfare systems. Both times was with George Sheldon as secretary of DCF, and before him, Bob Butterworth at DCF. I was special counsel and at DCF from 2008 to 2010, and then served as chief of staff and senior deputy director in the Illinois child welfare system. I'm now retired from working for others, but I was also vice president responsible for out-of-state expansion at the Pace Center for Girls. I came to Tallahassee in 1980 as the Capitol Bureau Chief of the St. Pete Times, now the Tampa Bay Times. Left here and was editor of the afternoon paper in St. Petersburg, and then editor and publisher of Congressional Quarterly in Washington for 10 years. After that, I did consulting, and it was sort of consulting that led me into child welfare. So I'm a lawyer. I'm a member of the Florida Bar, and I guess that's all the relevant experience I can think of to give you. I'm the author of a book called The Florida Supreme Court, A Journey Toward Justice, and that's about it.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Any questions, I'm happy to answer.
We appreciate your willingness to serve on this committee, and we really value the experience that you bring forward. So thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much,
Chief.
and thank you, all of you.
All right. And then the last member of the negotiations team is Carolyn Cummings, or Commissioner Cummings, who has agreed to serve on the negotiations team. So I do feel as if we have a pretty strong negotiations team. We wanted to be inclusive of members of the council. We've asked everybody, but a lot of you had conflicts with work and priorities at this time. So thank you all for your willingness to serve. And I just wanted to make sure everybody was comfortable with members of both teams. Okay, now here's the authority that we are giving to these committees. And I just wanted to make sure everybody's clear on that. So the evaluations team will review each of the proposals that come in, and they will evaluate them. And then based on the evaluation scores that the evaluations team have, they will then advance their recommendations to the negotiations team. So that's the authority that we are bestowing upon the evaluations team. The negotiations team will then be able to formulate a consensus on recommending any changes to the contract award. They can also make changes to what the scope of work will need to be as a part based on what they negotiate with those individuals. And I think that's it. Then they will let's see, what else are we giving the negotiations team the ability to do? Okay, that's it. So then the negotiations team will then negotiate and then be able to make a determination as to who they want to bring forward for being able to receive the award. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was comfortable with understanding the authority we're giving the evaluations team and the authority we're giving the negotiations team. Any discussions there? Is everybody comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So I think we're good. I think we are at the point where we have an approved ITN. We do plan to present this to the council today. We will have a presentation because I don't think all of them will be as close to this as we are. So we do have Ted, Holly, and Mr. Fred, who will then present that information so they are very comfortable with it before we ask them to vote on the ITN. So are we good with the business here with regards to the ITN? Is everybody comfortable?
Yep.
Awesome. All right, very good. Thank you. Okay, now we need to distribute this, and this will go out starting on Monday. Ted, I'm going to ask you, would you please just review the multiple distribution channels for sharing the ITN with the public?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to be distributing it through various networks and online. Got a list here. So bottom line is we have 4 vendors who have requested it individually. We're going to be posting it on the administrative register, which goes to all companies and individuals who are registered with the state to do business with the state. We're going to be sending it through various networks, including through United Way of Florida, all the United Ways in Florida, all of the state United Ways around the country, so they can distribute it to their networks and ask if any of them have had needs assessments completed by any entities that might be interested. Going through the Florida Community Foundations group, so all of those foundations will know about it, and through all of Florida's Children's Services Councils. Going to be going through the Florida Chamber, the Pepper Institute, and that's about it.
So very good. Thank you. I do feel as if we have a thorough list of distribution channels. Also, Mr. Levine commented in his opening that he has also distributed the ITN through his additional channels. So I do feel as if we have a good spread of getting this out. I would like to hear from the council members. Are you all comfortable with the distribution channels? Are there other channels that you all would like to see this being distributed through?
Just a quick question. You mentioned there are 4 groups or 4 organizations that have already engaged and have basically stated their intent to participate in the ITN process to put an application forward. Are these qualified organizations from your perspective?
Yes, I think what really made me happy the other day is one of them is a major entity that can do this work. One of them is an entity out of George Washington University that focused on resilience that requested this after having read it. And 2 other vendors, one of whom did a very similar needs assessment like this for Collier County, has requested it. And then there's a 4th one who worked in Orlando and Tampa.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or discussions with regards to the distribution channel? Okay. So moving on, I think we're being very efficient here. So our next meeting date. So actually, our work here is done, ladies and gentlemen, with the fact that we have been able to finalize the ITN. There are a couple of dates that I want to make sure you all are aware of. So on October the 7th, the evaluations team committee will meet. After reviewing each of those proposals that come in, they will rank them and have a conversation as to which of those proposals they want to move forward to the negotiations team. This committee is welcome to attend and listen to that conversation. So you all won't be expected to contribute significantly, but we want you to be aware and hear the conversation, hear the pros and cons about the proposals that are coming forward. So I want to make sure that as committee members, you all are aware that you're welcome to those.
What was the time of that meeting?
2 o'clock to 5 p.m. Eastern.
2 to 5 p.m.
Is this now the standard location for all future meetings?
Holly, can you answer that question? Because I never know where I'm supposed to be until.
So on October 7th, and you should have a calendar invite for this, it's actually from 1 to 3 with
Sorry.
there's
No
a
worries.
closed strategy session for that last hour. So it will appear in your inbox as 2 different meetings.
1 to 3 total or 1 to 3
It'll
plus?
be 1 to 4 total. Well, 1 to potentially 3:45, depending upon how long we go.
And location?
The
You know that
location
yet?
is in the Leon County Chambers at the workshop table.
All right, thank you. So I stand corrected. October 7th, 1 to 3 p.m., Leon County Chambers. The council members, the committee members are invited to attend. Then on October 14th, the negotiations team will then convene to deliberate and to select some of the vendors for an offer. So that's after hearing, being in negotiations with those teams, they will then convene and have an opportunity to have that conversation. Once again, this committee is welcome to attend that. Can you please give us the time and location of that meeting on October 14th?
That is also from 1 to 3 in the Leon County Chambers.
Okay, thank you. And then, of course, on October 21st, all of you should definitely be present because at that point, the council will then select or vote on the final recommendation for a vendor. So that one, we will be in the chambers. Is that correct? Or will that meeting be here?
Yes, ma'am. That date was moved due to it not being available. So you will receive a calendar update. We will be back in the chamber for that one as well.
Okay.
Currently, if you look in your calendar, it'll say here at TCC, but there was an unavailable time.
Okay. So invites have been changed, have been sent out. So I wanted to make sure, we really appreciate the fact that y'all have sent those calendar invites out. But we just want to make sure, even though you may not be on the committee, you're welcome to be present and be a part of the conversation, and they will make sure that they update those invites for us. Did you have a question, Liza? No? Okay. Okay.
Can I ask, let me ask one
Please.
thing? When they go into when the committees go into the closed session, is that the committee only and none of the other council members, or is that, do we think council members are also permitted in that? And maybe this is for Mr. Rowe, who I just saw walk in. I always like to throw you one with no warning whatsoever.
Yes, if the full council attends a committee meeting and expects to do, the other council members expect to participate in the discussion, then we'll notice that as a full council meeting to ensure that we're not violating the sunshine. If the other council members are merely observing as members of the audience, then that additional notice wouldn't be required. But the notice itself is not particularly involved. We can readily do it and make it available just as we would for any regular council meeting.
So does it make sense when the committee, because there's the part where the committee's closed, right?
Correct.
Is it more sensible for that to be, if it's a closed meeting and it's, I assume, noticed as a closed meeting, that it's only the people that are on the committee that would go to the closed part of the
Well,
meeting?
when you say closed meeting, Your Honor, do you mean closed to discussion amongst only the committee without council participation? The committee should be meeting in all instances in public, open
thought-
to the public.
I thought during the negotiation,
So there are two
Oh,
things. There will be negotiations with the individual respondents,
right,
and those will be closed, even though they will be recorded so they can be shared. But
Right.
then they will come to have a full meeting to talk about those negotiations and decide to move
Right.
that forward. That's the meeting that the council, this committee is invited to.
right. And my question is about the closed part of the open meeting. Is it, are the only people that are invited to that, the committee members and the vendor? Is that how that works?
I think so.
That is right, yes. This is my partner, Fred Springer, by the way. who
Oh,
will speak
excellent.
Shortly
This
on
is-
on these
Yeah.
matters.
So those meetings in chapter 286 are exempt from the public, from the sunshine law. So the public cannot attend. The government can still elect who it wants to have attend as long as you comply with the other issues like Chris was talking about. You can't have council members attend and conversing or participating.
Okay,
But if people want to attend just as observers, they can do that, and we would just guide them at the time on the reason those are closed is to keep information from
The other
crossing
vendors.
between. So with that kind of guidance, if people want to attend to just observe, they can do that.
but they need to, but we need, if we're not on the committee, we need to understand we're only there to observe, not to participate when it's not in the open part of the meeting. All right, fair enough. Sorry about that.
Thank you. No, thank you for the clarification. Okay, so is everybody comfortable with their ability to attend? It's not a requirement, but I do feel as if, as committee members, you probably want to see this carried all the way through. So you're definitely welcome to be a part of these events. And thank you for the clarification on that. Thank you both. Okay, so with that being said, our next agenda item is to talk about our next meeting. this is it, guys. This is our final hurrah. I think we have completed our work here, so we do not have another meeting scheduled for this particular committee. We're now ready for member comments. Do we have any comments from any members?
Thank you for your leadership, Dr. Glenn. I apologize again for being late today. I have no excuse. But it's been a privilege watching you work.
Thank you, my pleasure. Thank you. Any other comments?
And just kudos, this was amazing, a lot of effort, and you can see and read the effort that was placed into this and a lot of time. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, a special thank you to our staff. Honestly, I do really think blood, sweat, and tears went into this. A lot of expertise, coming through. So thank you, everybody, for the real hard work. And even the members of the community that really contributed to this. Your comments and your views are very much valued. So thank you for that. So with that, what time is it? We made it, guys.
5
I
minutes.
really didn't think we'd be able to make it. With that, I am going to adjourn the meeting, and we look forward to bringing this forward to the council today at 2 o'clock. So thank you, guys.
Excellent. Nice work.
Thank you.
Great leadership.
Thank you. Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
I checked, I have all three of those on the calendar. The only one that I can't attend is the first one, which is the
The evaluation.
the
team?
evaluation.
Okay,
I'll
that's
be out of
fine.
town. So,
You'll probably have more fun at the negotiations team anyway. So, yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you. Thanks for your willingness to be here.
Hey, I thought that they were not back.
Thank you. How are you? Huh? Okay. Good. Have you been?
This is the last meeting,
Okay, all right.
and I'll grab you a copy of the ITN.
Okay, great. How are you?
Oh, hi, that's not the question.
Yeah. She's feeling better. She was sick, though. She felt bad. About a week and a half.
Anywhere you would like to.
Daryl?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, hey, bud.
No
I'm
worries.
sorry.
That's okay. I'm going to see what they are. But we approved it, which is good. So, yeah.
And I appreciate it. And Ted and you both.
Hi there.
Oh,
Hi there.
sorry.
Very, very nice to meet you.
Across from your reservation, right across from the water.
So you're in there.
I wish you. That's okay. I will serve you. Well, I will serve you.
Only for the, in the context of a solicitation.
Oh, no, you're doing a great job. Yeah. You're in the negotiations team. So I didn't do that.
Yes, I promise.
Yeah,
I
I
will do well.
appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you so much,
I
ma'am.
appreciate that.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yes,
No, ma'am.
Yes.
I could not.
It's better.
Wait, this is the council packet? Yes. And then I have my extended agenda. Yeah, thank you. Excited. Thank you.
This council has a number of committees that it forms up to help handle the legwork of the various projects. And those committee meetings, Anderson, are always open to the public unless there's some sort of exception.
We have had a bunch of people show up and say, get to the end of their hearing and say, oh, by the way, I'm COVID positive.
At the end of the hearing?
Oh, yes. Why did you come in the door? It's part of the mission. Well, and
No, I wasn't able to either. They were all taken by the time I got here.
things to say, I can think of a lot worse ones.
We are.
No, that's okay.
Yes.
So just to make sure I'm clear, if the committee meets and members of the larger council attend that meeting, they generally can't participate in the back and forth unless it's noticed as a full council meeting.
Florida bar case talks about Leon County judge. I was never assigned in the Second Circuit. And they like, are you just trying to slander us? It's online. All you gotta do is go on the Supreme Court website. You can look it up. Anyway, what can you do? Yes, that is for sure. All right. 1, 2, 3. Should we get started? What do you think?
Yes, sir. What time is it? It's 2:02.
What's that? Yeah. You are?
Yes.
What are you serving?
My mother-in-law's cooking. Isn't that a shame?
Oh,
She's in the house now,
that's
but
the next best possible
Yes, it is.
thing. But your point is you want to get started because you want to get to your dinner party.
that's my point.
And
Yes.
that is a good point.
Oh,
All right, so we're going to get started here in just a moment. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you all so much. Thank you, folks. Thank you, folks. All right, so we are here for a full council meeting of the Children's Services Council of Leon County, a duly noticed open public meeting today. We have had several people streaming in to our meetings, letting us know that they can't hear what is being said. So I just ask that we all speak clearly and directly into our microphone. And if you are comfortable doing so, remove your mask when you are talking. So that's the special request that we've had to try and accommodate the folks who are observing us remotely. I'd ask Ms. McPhail to please call the roll.
Judge Shorstrom,
Present.
Commissioner Cummings, Superintendent Hannah,
Present.
Walter Sachs. Principal Connor,
Present.
Dr. Glenn,
Present?
Mr. Jones,
Present.
Liza McFadden,
Here.
Paul Mitchell, Mark O'Brien.
Here.
A quorum is established, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Any additions, corrections, deletions to the agenda? Any discussion of the agenda?
I move the agenda.
Agenda's been moved
Second.
and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? We'll show the agenda is approved. Approval of minutes from the July 22nd, 2021 meeting is next on the agenda, beginning at page 3.
Mr. Chair, I move approval.
Minutes have been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussions, corrections, objections to the minutes?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
was that Dr. Glenn that seconded?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Well, we have special urgency of moving the meeting along today, but I'll share that with you at some point, I'm sure. Minutes have been moved and seconded. Seeing no objection, we'll show the minutes approved. And now at this time, we have a special presentation, the Sunshine Law Overview. As y'all know, the statute charges us really with educating ourselves. We have someone here to address us who has been a hero of mine since 1989. For the longest time, when I used to have hard copies of her book, I would have the hard copy at hand that I would reference certainly on a weekly basis. So I'm very, very pleased to be addressed by Pat Gleason, Special Counsel for Open Government in the Florida Attorney General's office, and really the person who has been so responsible for the open government that the citizens of the state of Florida can rely upon. It is a privilege to be in your presence and to be addressed by you. Ms. Gleason.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Judge. I'm not quite sure the correct title here.
I'll take it.
Thank you for the kind comments, and in particular, an opportunity to have a brief discussion with you about Florida's Sunshine Law. Now, I know that many of you have already heard about the Sunshine Law on numerous occasions. So fortunately, this discussion is brief. And as you can see, we've consolidated the basic requirements into one sheet that I think is in your agenda materials.
That's handout page 6.
And I think the most important part in that whole sheet are really two concepts. One is that the Sunshine Law is broad enough to apply to any gathering of 2 or more members of the same board to discuss some matter which will foreseeably come before that board for action. So that is an extremely broad standard, much broader than that you find in other states, where the Sunshine Law might apply only to meetings of the full board or the full committee, or even a quorum of the board. But in Florida, as interpreted by the courts, it's any gathering of 2 or more members to discuss any matter, regardless of how casual, that affects their board. So what that really means is there are no private discussions about board business, no emails, no texts, no telephone calls, no face-to-face conversations. Everything has to be done in public. And sometimes, to segue just a bit, I'm asked by members of boards, why is the Sunshine Law so broad in Florida? I mean, how can anything possibly get done? But if I ask members of the public the same question, they prefer more sunshine. They feel, particularly when there are issues that affect them or their pocketbooks, they want to be sure that they're there every step of the way. And that's really what the Sunshine Law does. The exceptions are few and far between and can only be enacted by the legislature. So unlike other states where boards can close meetings because they deem the topic to be sensitive or one that the public really is better served with a closed discussion, they'll just close the meeting, and that's not allowed in Florida, even if it's difficult. All of these discussions have to be in the open, and that's why there's very few legislative exemptions. One is the one on certain negotiation discussions that was discussed earlier. That's a very narrow exception that the legislature has passed. There's a couple more, but that's probably the one that would be most applicable to the work that you do. So the second big point to me with the Sunshine Law is that there are consequences. The reason why I mention this is because back, I guess, in the dinosaurs had just left when I first did one of these, it seemed like, but I remember someone coming to me on a board and saying, well, what's the big deal? So we have a discussion outside of the sunshine. What can happen to us? Well, I used to give a long explanation, and now I just say, well, you could go to jail. That has happened, not here in Leon County, but in other counties. But more commonly, the concerns that can happen, especially with a board like this one that does so much work for the good of the community and so many people are invested in, that any action taken in violation of the Sunshine Law is void from the beginning. So this has meant that if there's any missteps with regard to the Sunshine Law, all the work done to that point, and with some advisory committees, it's meant everything has had to be undone, redone in the sunshine. It's that important. I think the legislature back when the law was first adopted and as interpreted by the courts realized that unless that was the sanction, there were going to be instances where people would try, not because of some nefarious reason, but just saying, we need to find a way to resolve these issues in private. And all the possible schemes have been tried and failed. And of course, the second consequence with regard to the Sunshine Law that's so important is it's always written about. There's never any time where it isn't talked about and people then saying, well, if they can violate the Sunshine Law, what else are they doing wrong? And so many times those sincere efforts that I would say occur because people just want to have one small casual discussion over lunch. It's overheard by someone else. It snowballs. And then particularly, I think you see this in the South and central parts of the state, it really undercuts the work that people were doing. Having said that, with the broad scope of the Sunshine Law, it's interesting to me that the requirements are really quite straightforward. I don't know if any of you have heard, say, a presentation by the staff of the Commission on Ethics, which is outstanding, of course, but trying to figure out when do conflict of interest laws apply or not apply? And I remember one attorney at the last session I said, he had this diagram. It looked almost like something out of a science fiction movie. Well, if this happens, you have to do this, but there's an exception to that. Sunshine Law, really easy. There are no exceptions except the very few that the legislature has established. So looking at these requirements, first, the meetings have to be open to the public. The key there is that definition of meeting, not just formal assemblages like this one, like existed before the Sunshine Law was passed, but informal ones, any gathering of 2 or more members, no private discussions. Reasonable notice must be given. Now here you are fortunate because you have a staff that is responsible for providing the notice. And I've talked with Holly and with Ted, and they are all over the statutory requirements that exist, including special requirements that you have in Chapter 189 as a special district. Those have additional notice requirements, which then constitute the reasonable notice for purposes of the Sunshine Law. I think the reason why there are specific notice requirements for a special district is most of them are not a special district like a Children's Services Council, which has a specific mission and also resources for staffing, et cetera, like you have, or a water management district is another example. Some of them are extremely small without staff that really operate more or less. They try their best. And if the legislature didn't prescribe how the public is supposed to be notified of meetings and provide direction on making sure you have a website, they give you time to do that, but they recognize that without a website, the ability of the public to find out about the agenda and when the board is meeting can be difficult. So here, of course, I thought this council was very creative and cooperative in working from the beginning with the Leon County website and system of noticing to give even more notice than would ordinarily apply. But then typically you have your own website One thing I have noticed, and I'm trying to add some things that all of you who have heard people drone on about the Sunshine Law, like I am doing right now, trying to come up with some additional things that I think are worthy of consideration. And one is the technology that you have available with a website to show transparency. Because in recent court cases where it's been questionable, there was an unusual sort of gray area with respect to the Sunshine Law and one city's process for selecting someone to fill a vacancy. I think this is just my own personal view. One reason why the circuit judge and the then appellate court ruled in favor of that city was all the transparency they had on their website. For example, all of the applications for the position, even though state law does not require you to do that, they were all up on the website. Every single piece of information that anybody could possibly want was on the website. And the court notices this and writes about it. And I think it shows how important it is to have that kind of transparency in the process, and something a website will give you the opportunity to do, not just the agendas and the minutes, but making it possible for anyone, like people in the audience here who want to see what's going on, to just click right on there. Oh, this is new. I'm interested in this. That kind of thing is really helpful versus like what some agencies might prefer, making endless public records requests, which is more time consuming and more difficult sometimes for the public. So the third requirement is minutes. These do not have to be a transcript. They don't have to be verbatim. They don't have to take down word for word what everyone says, for example. They just have to, in our view, in the Attorney General's office, they're required for every single meeting, including workshops, committee meetings, anytime the board is convening together, either as the council or as subunits. Minutes are kept, just like all those gatherings would be noticed and open to the public. And then they are considered to be public records. And of course, that's another thing that the staff I saw there moved to approve the minutes. I have had some people complain that no one ever does minutes for boards. So the fact that almost from the inception, these types of procedural requirements, which might seem in some instances, I mean, you go to the extent of putting your proceedings on YouTube or you live stream them. It's hard to imagine, at least probably during the pandemic, it's been something of a benefit. Now, of course, boards like this cannot meet virtually until or unless the legislature authorizes it, or there's a governor's order, as there was in 2020, authorizing virtual meetings for local governments. State agencies have always been authorized to hold virtual meetings. And sometimes people will say essentially the legal equivalent of, well, how come they get to do it? And then I'll just answer, because they can. The legislature authorized them to. It's cost savings, isn't it, for them? A board has membership all over the state. Those travel expenses go way down if you have virtual meetings. So with regard to the Sunshine Law, those are the basic requirements that are here as explained. There's no way around it. Sometimes boards have tried to use what's called liaisons, someone who passes information from one person to another, and that's not allowed under the Sunshine Law, to try to avoid the Sunshine Law in that way. Sometimes you've had even people volunteer to be liaisons to help a board deal with an unpleasant situation. Like, say, for example, there's a personnel issue. A member of the public who perhaps has an interest in the matter will volunteer to act as a conduit or go-between. Those are almost always found out. And then what's ironic to me is that if you have a situation, a recent court case explains, the board members who were contacted by the liaison and use the liaison as an intermediary They violate the sunshine law. What about the intermediary? What about the liaison who more or less led them down the primrose path? Nothing. Nothing happens to them because they are not a board member. So to me, what's the most important thing about this is that if anyone ever has questions about the sunshine law, my suggestion always is ask the people who are there for you in Ted and Holly, or attorneys working for you. What do you think? What's your advice? And I always make this suggestion. I know it seems obvious to all of you, but I see so many cases where people just hear from someone, oh, the sunshine law doesn't apply here. And they go ahead and do it. And those people that tell you that may be well-meaning and believe that they're saying the truth, but they're not the ones that suffer the consequences. It's the board members. And I've even seen a court case where, unfortunately, a city attorney acted as a liaison to negotiate a termination agreement for the city manager that the city council had felt. They felt this city manager should explore new opportunities, spend more time with his family. Yeah, you know, these are usually the things we hear in Tallahassee. So the city manager was waiting to see what kind of pay package he could get. And the court found this factor particularly appalling, that the negotiations were held over Super Bowl weekend. The court seeming to think they should have been having big bowls of chili and watching TV. Instead, they're all violating the sunshine law with the city attorney acting as a go-between all weekend long to try to negotiate a severance package. But what was really interesting about this case was there were two members of that board that felt it was wrong. Maybe it was in their training. Maybe they just didn't like it. Maybe they wanted to watch the Super Bowl. They did not participate. They thought it was wrong. And they made their feelings known. And the judges referenced this in the District Court of Appeal opinion. And those two are not included in the lawsuit because they just didn't think it was right. So I think that's always important with the sunshine law. And I know in looking at all of you and all the transparency that's occurred so far, this will not be an issue for you. I wish all the boards I talked to were like this. I can tell with some, it's really, I don't want to hear this. And I mean, it's not my fault, you know, but I hope that your efforts are strengthened really by the public access that you and your staff, Ted and Holly, have committed to. And that the really significant mission that you have will be enhanced by the transparency that you've shown so far and throughout the process.
Thanks.
I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Ms. Gleason? Any questions for Ms. Gleason? Mr. Rowe, yes, excellent.
Could you discuss a little further the role of public input during matters that are considered by the board? Is the board required to hear public input after every item on the agenda? Is it limited only to certain circumstances or certain matters? Could you address that?
I'm happy to, because it's an issue that comes up often. The most important part about public comment, which I've included in this sunshine law outline, but public comment is not required by the sunshine law. The legislature adopted a separate statute in chapter 286 that talks about the ability of the public to have a reasonable opportunity to comment on items before the final decision is made. The reason they did that was because the courts had said the sunshine law gives people a right to attend. Nothing in the sunshine law gives people the right to speak. Now, sometimes, of course, we lawyers are all thinking the First Amendment, it's a different issue. Sunshine law purposes, no right of comment. So the statute the legislature adopted has seen very few court cases thus far. There's been one or two out there none of which are that involved policies that this council seems unlikely to go down that road. The one Attorney General's advisory opinion that we have say that there should be public comment at every meeting that could lead to a final result, including workshops. Some of the local government attorneys have an opinion that says otherwise. And of course, until the courts decide, they would say that the right of public comment applies to meetings before action is taken. At some point along the road, you should provide it close to the final decision, not do public comment as sadly some boards used to do after the decision is made. This is why the legislature, speaking personally, sometimes has to enact these statutes. Imagine how someone would feel when they care about an issue and public comment is provided after the vote has been taken. Well, I can see here that public comment is provided before the decisions are made. What most boards do that have a great deal of agenda items, they will provide public comment on all the agenda items except for consent agendas. Others that have a more, with maybe just one item, might provide public comment at the beginning so that members of the public have an opportunity to, they've come prepared for what they want to say, and they do that so that presumably you on the council are mulling over what they just said and taking it into account. So thus far, the legislation says reasonable time limits are permitted. That's the main one that there's sometimes some discussion of. But basically, in looking at your agenda, what you have is consistent with what a number of agencies would have, which is an opportunity for the public to be heard. And they know when that's going to occur. It's not going to be some random thing. Just so what I've seen is consistent with other processes.
Thank you so much. Thank you
You're
so
very
much.
welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Gleason? Well, Ms. Gleason, thank you so much. I have to tell you, you've taken me back. The whole time you're talking, all I can think is all the nice things that Vicky Weber and Donna Blanton, Jim Krogh, Bob Rhodes, Charlie Guyton used to tell me about, you, all the people who got to work with you personally, and it is a privilege to have you address us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's been a privilege to be here. I really look forward with interest to see all the great things that you're doing for me and all the other people in our community to help children. Thanks again.
Outstanding. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right. So that brings us to our public, how appropriate, our public comment section of the agenda. Do we have speaker cards, Ms. McPhail?
Yes, sir, we do. Mr. Jack Levine.
Mr. Levine, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In all brevity, I speak under the authority of Chapter 286. I'm echoing what I just shared with the Needs Assessment Committee just an hour ago, which is my promise, which is true of each of you. I know that I read every word of the ITN draft. And I will tell you that the work that was done under the leadership of Chair Zandra, Glenn has really created a remarkable, comprehensive, but remarkable document that I give my approval to as a member of the public. I have also shared the link to that document with many in my network, and I did receive a good number of responses about its comprehensive nature and its endorsement to move forward. I don't bring their names in front of you, but I want a trust factor that there was a claim. So I'm just asking you to consider the good work of the committee and to move forward with a movement towards bringing this out to prospective bidders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Levine. Any other public comment? Excellent. Thanks so much. Next is the interim administrator report by interim administrator, Mr. Granger. Whenever you're ready, so you're recognized.
Thank you, Judge. Just a few of the things that we've done over the last month. We know that we've done a lot of work on the ITN that was completed today and will be on the table for the council discussion later. Identifying the vehicles for getting them out. We're beginning to prepare for the September 8th trim public hearing. You'll see a very rough draft agenda that we'll be briefly discussing later in the agenda. I have yet to talk to Mr. Rowe about it, so I'm sure there will be significant changes that we'll be doing to that. We've created a website. Holly has created a website, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later. One of the things that was asked at the last meeting was for me to connect with the Commission on Ethics and the Leon County Property Appraiser to make sure everyone has time, all council members have timely filed their financial disclosure forms, and 100% had done so. So thank you very much. The next filing deadline will be next July 1st with the property appraiser. All calendar invites have been sent out for all meetings with one or two exceptions at this point. You'll be receiving your meeting materials for the meetings beforehand via email. We owe a debt of gratitude to Jim Murdaugh, who the president here at TCC. They're allowing us to use this room for free, and the cost for the audio visual is half of what we paid at the last time that we went anywhere. So we really appreciate Mr. Murdaugh and TCC for allowing us to have that. With that, I would like to ask Mr. Rowe to take a mic. You'll see on your, or as the meeting progresses, that you will be embarking on a new way of voting on policies for the council moving forward. And Mr. Rowe will explain that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
Before
Mitchell.
Mr. Rowe gets up, it's a quick question of Holly. You're talking about the scheduling of the meetings. Having gone down this path before of getting invites and then they got canceled. I right before I left my office, I said to my assistant, please make sure you get with Holly because I'm a little bit confused as to which ones did you cancel them because they're going to be on Zoom or did they cancel? I mean, so at some point, could we just have a list of all the meetings so I can say, Beth, make sure these are all on my calendar?
Sir.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Paul.
That there is a list not only in your packet, but there's going to be one on the website as well.
So I printed the one on the, in our packet. I printed it prior to all the cancellations coming. So I was like, what, yeah, I just wanted one definitive.
Yes, sir. When we get to the committee update on the CEO search committee, it'll be explained why those cancellations.
Oh, that's, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Holly. Mr. Rowe, you are recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to briefly discuss the concept of resolutions and board action occurring through resolutions. Local governments in Florida, cities, counties, special districts such as the council, they typically formalize the actions they take to adopt policy or governance matters through a written instrument. Cities and counties might do that through an ordinance, and an ordinance is very much the local law, the law of the land. If a municipality adopts an ordinance, it becomes the law. Everyone's subject to the law in that jurisdiction. Special districts do not have ordinance powers, but they certainly have resolution powers. Generally, the difference is one, the ordinance would act as a law and it's more of a permanent nature, whereas resolutions might be adopted if it's something of a temporary nature or if it's something more of a policy nature. And the helpful thing about having a resolution is that it better memorializes the actions that take place. It fosters transparency. It makes for better public access too. If the public access, for instance, if the public wanted to access a given record, the public could come in and ask for the resolution that approved that policy or that determination. Resolutions typically follow the same format. They have a number that's assigned at the beginning. It identifies the year of adoption as well as the sequential number during which the year period where the resolution was adopted. It has a title, and the title describes, usually in block format, what the purpose of the resolution is. Typically has a number of recitals or findings, legislative findings that describe what the purpose of the resolution is. Then it has a substantive section which lays out what the resolution is meant to accomplish. And then some closing provisions about severability. For instance, if a portion of the resolution is ever found not to meet the requirements of legal law, that provision can be separated. To its sign,
It's always signed by the chair, the council in this case, and it would be attested to by the secretary. It very much becomes a formal record of the proceedings that have taken place and the measure adopted by the resolution. I wanted to give this brief overview on resolutions because we have slated 2 resolutions for your consideration this afternoon, one dealing with public comment, timely having heard Pat Gleason's comments, and the other for the procurement policy. I'm glad to answer any questions about resolutions and the need for them.
So when we're adopting policy is when the resolution, in other words, we wouldn't, do we adopt the ITN by resolution? Do we adopt the other decisions? Can you tell us what the scope is that we would be appropriate for a resolution?
Not every action the board takes has to be done by resolution. In fact, some are not done by it. Typically, a procurement would not be approved in advance, such as the ITN would not be approved in advance. But if you're doing something like adopting a formal procurement policy, where you want to have a record that's easily accessible by the public, you might adopt a resolution for that purpose. Some actions by the council will require a resolution. For instance, setting your millage. That will have to be done by resolution. So it really is up to the board. You could go overboard, so to speak, and have a resolution for just about everything on the agenda, but you're generally not required to do that. In fact, there are no limitations other than the few I mentioned in statute, millage adoption, et cetera, where you have to act by resolution. I just recommend it as good public policy because it fosters transparency and makes for ease of public access to your records.
Walter?
So quick question. We have taken some actions, including setting millage for this year. I don't know that we adopted a resolution for it. Do we need to go back and adopt resolutions for those significant actions that we've already taken?
Final setting of the millage will do that. That'll be set by
after the trim hearings or something like that. We could do it at that point.
That's right.
Okay.
There's a written instrument formalizing.
But is there a need to go back and look at our prior decisions to see if any of those should have risen? to the
I'll do
level
so with Ted just to make sure. Sometimes an action that was taken that might have required a resolution can be ratified and confirmed in the context of a public meeting and basically cured of any technical or procedural defect. But I'll work with Ted before the next meeting and we'll take a look at that.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of, Walter, is maybe the Roberts rules sort of a thing that we adopted. Anyway, any other questions for Mr. Rowe?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Paul, go ahead.
Mr. Rowe, who's the secretary of the council? Is it Ms. Connor as co-chair?
I don't have the bylaws in front of me, but it's my understanding that there is of the council a secretary, someone who is to fill that role. Has one not been designated as of yet? Someone to.
I don't remember.
No, I mean, we have a chair, a vice chair and a treasurer, but I don't know that and we have a parliamentarian.
We had
That we have a.
I remember it when one of the other council's bylaws that we looked at, there was a staff member who filled the administrative role, and I'm not.
Judge, there's a part of the bylaws that says the role of each officer, and I believe secretary is one of the current established officers' roles.
All right.
It may be vice chair, but I'm not sure.
But
it'd be good to.
I just
look back at
noted
the bylaws.
the title secretary and
I believe we're developing something for the next meeting's agenda.
Yes.
It's basically meant to indicate who the custodian of record is for the agency. And typically that would be fulfilled by someone titled a secretary in the case of a special district. That role can be filled by the manager, actually, the administrator. We could set it up for signature by the administrator as opposed to a secretary if one hasn't been designated just yet.
I think Mr. Sykes's a point about that the bylaws may have said something. I don't know, but
I don't remember.
I noticed it.
You'll let us know and clarify that, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
In fact, Ted and I discussed revisiting the bylaws and bringing forth any suggested revisions. And to the extent they don't currently call for a secretary or someone in that role, we can make that revision. Also, oftentimes the person who serves as treasurer is also secretary.
Right. And they were.
Congratulations, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, did see? I was already working on my next question. I heard them say
This is
something.
what
I'm
we,
not sure I
this is
like.
what we call a self-inflicted wound,
Yes.
Paul. Any other questions for any other questions for Mr. Rowe? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Rowe. Thank you very, very much. All right, so that's the interim administrator report. Ted, anything else from the interim administrator report?
No, sir.
consideration of public comment policy. This is at page 9 of the package. There's a proposed public comment policy. It's
Mr.
in,
Chair,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
will this
Sure.
be presented or we just go into discussion?
We were, well, you know what? Why don't we have a presentation? Ted, do you want to go ahead and present or have somebody present the policy?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The interim administrator conducted a survey of public comment policies adopted by companion children's services councils. He prepared a policy for our purposes, which is modeled closely after another. He submitted it to me for review compared to the section in chapter 286 that Pat Gleason referenced regarding public input. It appears to be reasonable. It appears to me to be consistent with the requirement of 286-0114. It basically ensures that the public will have an opportunity to comment on matters before the council takes its final decisive action. And it also establishes a time limit, a general time limit of 3 minutes for individual comment, shorter in some circumstances, at which can be waived at the discretion of the board in certain instances. It's basically a codification at the council level of the Sunshine Law that is in 286.
Thank you. Is that it, Mr. Jones? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and colleagues, I am, and we can discuss this. One of the things that I enjoy when we deal with public comment is that it gives us opportunity for this critical engagement with our community, particularly as stakeholders of public tax dollars. But I think that sometimes meetings can be run more efficiently that if we were to take the public comment and separate it. One, public comment on agended items and public comment on unagended items. And the public comment that is provided on agended items would occur in close proximity to that agenda item that comes before the board. Unagended items would just be any commentary that they might think that would inform our work, our perspective, our direction. But if there are specific things, like for example, the needs assessment or the CEO search, that public comment would not occur at the beginning of the meeting, but the chair would call for any public comment before we would go into discussion. And it puts those public comments closest to those agenda items of concern. And it is a method that you will see is used by both the city and the county commission. And I just think it helps to inform us as we deal with the issue most readily.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any other comment or discussion? Comment or discussion?
I'm
Yes,
just
Ms.
wondering,
McFadden.
Under B1, where it says individual comments are limited to 3 minutes. I know in the past, we've waived them by board affirmation, much like the county does. So I was wondering if you wanted to add in some language to that.
Let me make a
Ms.
couple.
McFadden, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Under B1, it says that individual comments are limited to 3 minutes. We have in fact waived that by board affirmation in the past. So I'm wondering if we want to add said language.
And Ms. McFadden, could when we say wait, I don't really remember specifically waiving them, but I mean, we certainly practically have let people talk longer than 3 minutes, I think. Did we?
I think we did at one point, and I certainly have seen the county do it numerous times, so.
But that's at the discretion of the chair ordinarily, that the chair might have let a speaker come to an end if they're in the throes of making their comment.
And that's a friendly amendment. I think that's a great, instead of saying by board affirmation by chair.
The chair to have,
Yeah,
chair has discretion to allow more time, something along those lines.
yeah.
And what I would hope would be our practice with our interim and subsequent permanent director, that those presentations that rise to a level longer than 3 minutes would then seek the permission of the executive director to be agended. If there are persons of particular note that we might be interested in hearing from, say, for example, the president or the chair of the county commission wanted to address us, or the mayor wanted to address us, that they would not be harangued by by the ordinary public comment, but that they would seek, an audience with us and would be agenda to make those types of presentations. And they would get that type of direction from our director, much like they do with the city or the county or the school district.
Any other discussion? So, Mr. Jones, on the idea of placing, we have actually already evolved a fair amount on our public comment, because when I was first doing it and I drew up the agenda, the first ever agenda of a public meeting that I think I ever drew up in my life, I put the public comment was the very last thing. And which was obviously erroneous, which Commissioner Cummings pointed out to me. So that's how we ended up with the public comment being very close to the top. What I would ask that we think about, because Commissioner Cummings had real strong feelings about it, is wait until she's here and can maybe give us some of that insight too, because she set me straight.
I'm happy to defer to that. And again, she, like I, and like our superintendent, deal with public comment and the facilitation of public comment at all of our meetings. And so I think that's why I bring the perspective that I bring. Because, for example, there may be opportunities where we will find ourselves dealing with issues that will pack the house. And I think that if we are dealing with,
I hope not.
as we're dealing with right now, right? But I think that the efficient management of it, such that it gives the public the context for their comments. So, for example, if they were to be allowed to speak at an item, they would be separated from what could very well be items or discussions that have absolutely nothing to do with the specificity of what they hope their public comment would have its greatest impact. And that's the only reason I'm making the recommendation, is to optimize public engagement.
Judge, do you need a motion to move this to a meeting when Commissioner Cummings is present?
Is Mr. Rose, there any problem? Give me half a second. Any problem if we don't adopt this at this meeting?
No, sir, none at all.
All right, so yes, why don't we table this until the next meeting? There's a motion to table it until the next meeting, or when the next meeting with Commissioner Cummings?
I'll second that.
Moved and second. Any discussion of the motion?
I have one part of discussion, and Mr. Jones, I agree with you. I think especially on significant matters, that allowing the public to speak to the item immediately following the action of the board is a good thing. As a member of the council, I want it fresh in my brain before I cast a vote. So I agree with you, and I hope that when we bring it up at the next meeting, that will be consistent with where Commissioner Cummings was in her point of moving it. The second thing I'll say, it speaks to the time limit. I appreciate the fact that we're all busy, and trying to keep the meetings brief is a good thing. The 3-minute time limit has typically been used by public bodies when there is a long list of speakers. But when there is only 1 or 2 speakers and they have something important to talk about, and it may not be an individual who is experienced in talking to a public body, and it may take them 4 minutes or 5 minutes. I get, to Ms. McFadden's point of giving the discretion to the chair, but I really think that by putting it in the policy that we're limiting discussion to, as a rule, 3 minutes, I think it's unfair to the public and those who may have more than 3 minutes worth of something to say. Now, I would also say to the public, if you come up here and you want to talk for 20 minutes, to Mr. Jones's point, you need an item on the agenda. The other thing is you lose your effectiveness in making your argument if you lose your audience. So it's just a point that I'd like to.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
If I
Yes, sir.
could add, just from my limited experience over the last 5 years in dealing with this issue, one, to Mr. Jones's point, if we did have someone like the chair of the Leon County Commission or the mayor or someone like that, it would probably be in a report to be heard from that individual as to what they wanted to report on as opposed to public comment. We are now having found ourselves, we spent, because we have the 3-minute rule and we don't have any flexibility, we had 65 or 70 speakers. So we had 2.5 or 3 hours of public comment before we even, so I think maybe if we have the discretion, the chair has that discretion to say, we only have 5 people, give them 5 or 6 minutes, 5 minutes. There's nothing wrong with that. But if we have 10 people, then maybe it's 3 minutes. And if we have 20 people, then maybe it's 2 minutes. And I heard the other day when the State Board of Education met, each person had 1 minute. If they weren't on the topic that was being addressed, they were somehow cut off, and they only did 15 minutes, and then they cut it off at 50. So only 15 people had 1 minute. I don't propose that at all. But I think the more flexibility we give the chair to determine that length of time by the number of speakers would be beneficial.
May I also add, I'm grateful for the administrative team who included the option that when we have a great number of speakers, the chair of the body has the right to then limit those speeches to just 1 minute apiece, which, by the way, is not a discretion that we enjoy, nor the city or the county. And the city and the county and the school district share the 3-minute rule. All 3 of us use that same as our guidance. So I appreciate where you're coming from, but I think I wouldn't want it to become our public comment to turn to public lecture beyond 3 minutes.
So 3 minutes with discretion. Do we want to?
I think you have to be careful. I think you need to set a parameter from the beginning of the meeting. You have to be careful who you give discretion to and who you don't. I mean, some
Right.
things you want to hear and some things you don't want to hear, but unfortunately you need to hear it. And I would say the more discretion we give you by the number of speakers, like I said, if there's only 5 speakers, 5 minutes, 10 speakers, 3 minutes, whatever it is, we set that up front and then everyone's held to that standard. If you start picking and choosing who gets, well, and that's why it's important that we have the yellow light and then the red light and then your time's off. Now, any one of us could then ask a question of that speaker if we need a clarifying question, which in kind of, in effect, extends their time because they get to expand on any question we may have that they bring forward. But I just think it needs to be consistent. But I think you do need the flexibility because right now we don't have that flexibility. We're stuck with the 3 minutes and we're looking to amend our policies to gain that flexibility moving forward. But I do think it's important too, because I remember sitting in school board meetings prior to my taking office and the public comment was always at the very end. And so they would make people wait for 3 hours before they even got, and the item was over, it was done.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not absolutely, I agree with you, it needs to be moved up front. But there needs to be some parameters with flexibility so it doesn't turn into a marathon as well.
Fair enough. Well, Mr. Rowe, your work is cut out for you as a draftsman as usual. But so we'll take this up.
So, Mr. Chair, I made the second for discussion and also to make the second. So just. we've got the item.
What motion are we on, Mr.
They are.
Tabling?
To the next meeting. Yeah, tabling.
All right, so we're tabled to the next meeting, and we may end up with some. We've had good discussion, so we may end up with some amendments at the next meeting. Thanks so much. All right, so we're not going to vote on resolution 21-01. Let me just make a note. All right, and that brings us to our proposed purchasing policy, which is at pages 13, thank you, of the agenda package, and that is resolution 2102. I'm going to ask Mr. Rowe, our general counsel, to present the resolution and the policy and lead our discussion. Mr. Rowe, whenever you're ready.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. At the last council meeting, I gave a brief overview on the procurement policy that had been developed for council consideration. The council had only had it, I think, for a day or so at that time. It's relatively lengthy. We decided that it would be taken up again at this meeting and that certain questions that were asked by council members would be addressed and incorporated into the policy where appropriate. I have the good fortune of working with Fred Springer. Fred is here today. Fred is recognized authority on procurement matters and purchasing policies. In fact, he regularly gives presentations and training seminars to local government officials, including members of the bar, on procurement and purchasing policies. Fred worked in the General Counsel's Office of the Department of Management Services, the Florida agency, where he oversaw contracting divisions and helped to create new purchasing and procurement methods. After that, he served as state director of purchasing, where again, he oversaw purchasing for executive agencies. He has had a significant hand in crafting and revising the procurement policy that you have for consideration this afternoon. And Ted and I asked him if he'd be willing to come and give an overview and get into some more of the detail, and also to address the questions that the council might have this evening or which were presented last time. And as I recall, those questions involve the threshold amount, whether there should be a different threshold amount beside $25,000 above which a formal procurement is initiated. Also, should there be local preference or small business preferences built into the procurement policy? And additionally, whether there should be incorporation of some of the concepts present in federal regulations governing purchasing. Anyway, Fred was instrumental in drafting the policy you have before you, and I'll turn it over to Fred, who can walk through some of the details.
Thank you. Mr. Springer, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, Chair and Council. Thank you for allowing me to address the policy. I would say first and foremost, when I was talking to Ted, this was important timing wise because of the launch of the ITN. So in the sequence of things, we thought it was important to have this because you're proceeding very soon with the ITN. This is a high level executive document. This is not meant to be a job aid as the council builds out staff and you get purchasing people and you actually have folks doing things. You may get a more extensive, different agencies. I know DCF, they've got great job aids, hundreds and hundreds of pages of how to do day-to-day stuff for purchasing staff. That's not what this is. So this is sort of at the council level of setting high level policy, and then everything after this, whatever staff comes up with, would obviously be controlled and guided by this document. As a special district, there's no constitutional or statutory limits or controls on how the council does its business. You have statutory authority to contract and buy stuff. So you start there. It's really good public policy for centuries, or a century more, in Florida to do things competitively. So that's what this policy basically sets. There's a few high-level principles that something like this aims for. Competition is important for fairness, for economy. You don't want to waste money. Competition drives economy. You also want to aim for efficiency in something like this. You don't want to burden yourselves with $100 of process in order to save $10. So you're trying to strike the right balance of being efficient while also being economical. And then it also goes to legality. You want to make sure that how you conduct business is legal and credible, because you are a public body. There's public stakeholders, public money, and a lot of what the council ultimately does may be done through contractors. So whenever the government is interacting with contractors and private parties or other government parties, you want credibility. So those are sort of the high level objectives you're trying to achieve with a policy like this. You the most important thing in adopting this is governments have a lot of flexibility in their purchasing decisions. Courts defer to the executive branch. And you're usually measured by, are you non-arbitrary, non-capricious? The principal measure of that is, do you follow your own rules? So when we're looking at this policy, that would be an important consideration, is these are the rules you're setting up for the council. So you want to make sure in your mind that, yes, this is how you want the council to act in the future, and you'll comply with this. Any more detailed material that staff develops in the future, when you get purchasing staff and whatnot, they'll comply with this. So those, if you look, and this is at page 16 of the materials, it's an attachment to the resolution. Those high-level standards are the guiding principles. What have been added there, fleshed out a little bit more detail. The third bullet, well, and the second bullet is everything that the staff does will be procured as authorized by this policy. So that's what I said before. This will flow down to all future material that the staff develops. The third bullet there is a reference to the Minority Women and Small Business Enterprise Policy of the Office of Economic Vitality. That's a local office. There's been a lot of work recently. That office administers that policy. Both the county and the city have signed up to and adopted that policy. So that is the policy that governs local government business here in Leon County. So that reference has been added since the last draft that you looked at your meeting. That is a complicated topic. I can go into it, but from a legal perspective, those are the kind of cases that go all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's a lot of law around that. I would just say that you have the support for that, and we validated that, discussed it with Mr. Granger. There was a disparity study done in 2019 before the adoption of that by your other local governments here in Leon County. So in my view, you've got the sufficient basis for that to comply with what the Supreme Court says needs to be in place.
Could you just basically summarize what the fundamental
So the idea
consequence of
there,
that policy is?
yeah, so that is, as it says, a minority, women, and small business enterprise policy. So they would be what in the purchasing world we call, sort of social non-price objectives. So, a lot of times you want the economy is the most important consideration. Well, you can consider things beyond economy. And this would fall more in the fairness, credibility, high-level measures. So if you can demonstrate past wrongs, broadly described as discrimination, you can discriminate on the basis of race, you can discriminate on the basis of gender, you can discriminate on the basis of business size, veterans, there's all kinds of groups that can be in there. In government purchasing, you can take those factors into account and consider those beyond just price.
Sure. But how does this particular policy allow us to serve those values?
So what that does is that we talked about this with Ted. We don't have that staff yet. If you go to the county or the city, they've got staff people who can do a lot of research. We could leverage that research. What they do is based on a particular market, they look at what is the market that you're going out to, what is the level of participation. You don't want to set an objective that's unreasonable. You don't want to say, well, I want 30% veteran participation on this contract if there are no veteran businesses that do that work in your jurisdiction, as an example. So what that policy lays out and is there's a research step to what are we trying to buy, what's the available participation in that, what level of participation should we shoot for? And taking that into consideration, validating that that would be okay. So for this, when we get to the ITN, that, services, a professional services contract, there would be a measure of what's the market look like.
Fair
And,
enough.
and then you can take that into consideration when you're doing the evaluation, the negotiation, the ultimate award decision.
Perfect.
But this specifically does not include, as it says in here, funds for programs, grants, or contracts to provide services on behalf of children and families.
What are you looking at, sir? I'm sorry.
Looking at the page 16 under purpose and scope, second bullet.
Under the guiding principles, the third
No,
bullet?
purposes and scope.
Purposes and scope.
The second bullet point under purpose and scope. What's the idea there, Mr. Springer?
Oh, that is if you get, sorry, I wasn't on the right bullet. If you get, and I know like when this came up, I can think of an example, a DCF, for example, is where this came up. If you've got a grant and you go in and there's a child that needs to be, moved from one situation to another, and they need food and clothes and that kind of stuff. So you're providing the service directly to the service recipient, and you need to go to, Walmart or something like that. So when you're providing services to the ultimate service recipient, that's not what's covered by this policy.
See,
This
I
policy,
read this differently. I think a fair amount of what this group will do, the CSC will do, it will engage with organizations that will provide, in this case, will be providing funds for programs, grants, or contracts to provide services on behalf of children and families. Actually, that is a fair amount of what we will be doing, because we won't be providing those services ourselves. We'll be engaging with other organizations to do that.
right, so the engagement between the council and that organization is governed by this policy. Once they're under contract, unless your contract further requires them to do it, this policy would not cover that sort of second level of activity. This policy governs when you engage your service providers, not the service they deliver. Does that make sense?
So
If I'll take a stab at it. If the council wanted to contract with me, not as a member of the council, but, and, I was a woman-owned business. They could take into consideration that I was a woman-owned business.
Oh, no,
in
I get that
contracting.
part. No, that part's not the confusing part.
What Mr. Springer's saying is that then once you've contracted with me as a woman-owned business, I am not required to follow the same sort of guidelines of when I go to make a decision on where I want to buy my staples or where I want to buy my milk or where I want to buy whatever goods and services. I'm not governed by the.
No, I'm looking at a higher level.
Yes.
This basically breaks out from a purchasing perspective, the CSC, that we could engage in a contract or enter into a relationship with company A to provide services B, C, and D to families and services in this purchasing contract. This purchasing policy does not apply to that, period.
Well,
It has nothing to do with the makeup of the organization providing the service.
right, to put a fine point on that, when the council engages that company A, this policy applies to that. What constrains or regulates how company A delivers B, C, and D would be defined by your contract. So that bullet that you pointed, the purpose and scope, the second bullet, is to draw the distinction between this applies to your engagement of that first tier service provider. It doesn't apply to the service that they deliver.
Oh, the key word there is expenditure.
Exactly.
All right. So Mark, yeah. This doesn't apply to us contracting. That bullet point applies to the vendor spending the money that we give the
Okay.
vendor.
Right.
All right.
or if we're expending funds separate from a procurement. So let's say in our budget, for whatever reason, we reserve some flexible funds for a pantry or an ability to take care of a family that is exceptional in Leon County. We just say, hey, the CSC can fund that purchase of that thing at Walmart for you. We don't have to go out and procure that.
Okay.
We don't have to follow these policies to do that. We can do a direct purchase at Walmart for that family and not have to follow these procurement practices.
Mr. Springer, are we getting in, honing in on your
Right.
meaning?
Because that would not be an engagement of someone who's going to, act on your behalf to serve children and families. So that's what this policy is really, when you're contracting with any other entity who's going to deliver the services. So Walter, to your example is you're directly providing the services. What I was talking about earlier was downstream when they provide services to your ultimate recipients. That's not what this covers.
It'll be the contract.
So you can see the confusion
Yeah.
as you read those two bullets. One says the policy outlines the duties, the other one says does not apply to, and it comes across as.
It does. Are we able to make an edit to this? Like this policy does not apply to the expenditure of funds for vendors or for programs, grants, or contracts who are providing services on behalf. So I just think rewording it a little bit will make it a little, because I understood it the same way Mark read it the first time.
To the vendor's expenditure of funds? Is that what?
It just needs to be cleaned up and clarified. It's
Does
confusing.
not apply to the expenditure.
Confusing to me.
By-
I just may not be.
I think you can see it both
Smart
ways.
as
I mean, I think you're right.
Now,
I-
before we start going into amendments, however, before we start going into amendments, let's remember, we have an ITN that we're trying to get on the street. And we've got to have a procurement policy before we get the ITN on the street. We can probably clean this up
If I may.
later, but give me just a second, Mr. Jones.
Yes, sir.
We can probably clean this up later, but we got a timeline to deal with. But anyway, go ahead, Mr. Jones. I'm sorry.
If I may just offer some clarity here. I think that we describe a purpose and scope as you highlight here. One of the things I thought was very important about your discussion at the very beginning was that this policy document is not the same as our process and procedure by which we make this occur. I think that is what will be, those types of discussions can be managed by the director and possibly the CFO that he's already selected in terms of how this is ultimately implemented. What I envision for us as it relates to the consideration being given to the Office of Economic Vitality and its MWSPE division, which by the way, I happen to manage, is that we would be engaged with you no different than every other jurisdiction with the exception of the school district, to include the CRA funds. We manage the MWSP implications for it, our city government funds, even our blueprint infrastructure dollars are governed by this same policy for MWSPE. And per those instructions as adopted by those three jurisdictions, we apply narrowly tailored goals, aspirational targets for the purposes of execution of procurements. We by virtue of our budget, will have very few procurements as described most specifically in our purpose and scope as highlighted by Mark in the second description. What it would govern is something like the ITN, which we have now. For us, I believe, and I apologize that I might be wrong, but I believe the aspirational targets associated with a project like the goods and services we require for an ITN would more than likely be, I believe, is 4 and 5% designated for minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses. And the respondents, we would include that information as a part, we could possibly utilize that information as a part of the description that the vendors would be required to respond, no different than they would any other study that would be done by any other jurisdictions for which our office manages supplier diversity goals. Is that correct?
Yes.
What,
Yeah.
to move things along, because there is a process, and I know we didn't do this. I'll go ahead and, is there any more that you want to cover?
No.
Okay, I will make a motion that we advance this with just the clarification that that was a confusing piece of this document.
Sure.
If we can clarify and bring clarity to that one section, I'll move that we advance this policy.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and I believe our interim administrator
Looks
has
like
a
he wants to
point
say
to
something.
make in discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because I read it the same way that you did, Mr. O'Brien. Perhaps tell me if this clarifies it. Policy outlines on number, the first bullet. Policy outlines the duties and authority of the CSC Leon regarding the purchase of goods and services to the council, not to programs or providing services to the children that we will make.
That makes sense.
Does that help to?
That clarifies it.
All right, so
So
we have comments not really germane to the motion, Mr. Granger, but we do, here's the basic thing we should discuss at this point. Do we want to pass this policy as it's written, noting that we are going to probably clean it up in the very near future? Or do we want to do some editing right now?
No.
That's really,
We have to pass it.
Yeah.
right.
I understand we have to pass
We
something.
have to pass it.
I just point out, it's actually a pretty good document, except for the only thing that was just very confusing. It looked
Mr.
like
Chair, what I
turn
can
the light
recommend,
switch on or turn the light switch off.
I'm there with you.
because it's an
Same.
easy fix, is just strike that second bullet, because then it just says what this policy covers.
Yeah,
And if the confusion lies with
Okay,
the attempt to
so
express
let
what
me
it doesn't
make a
cover.
motion. I'll make a motion. Let me get my
His
amend my
motion-
motion.
your motion is, yes, you can amend your motion.
I will amend my motion. I will make the motion that we pass the policy as presented with the one modification of striking the second bullet under that section.
Yes.
All right, so that's the motion and amended. It's been seconded. Discussion, Mr. Socks.
Yes, I hate to disrupt the process, but we might need another amendment because I want Mr. Springer to give me some opinion on page 20 and on page 23. There are references to statutes and rules that we do not, that we are not following. For example, CSC Leon is not an agency, executive agency, is not governed by 287-057 on page 20. And on page 23, we're not subject to the Administrative Procedures Act, chapter 120. My question is how critical are those sentences to this policy? I would prefer them not appear because I think that there is debate in the legal opinions with the attorney generals over which special districts follow 287 or don't follow. I don't think this is necessary language for our policy. I think it could be taken out, but I would want your opinion on how critical it is to include that in our policy.
Right, so that's a good question. So first on the page 20, the reference to 287 does not apply. That was put in there because if you look back on page 17 to come up with a pithy definition of competitive solicitation, the policy refers to the processes that are authorized by 287 and just says that we can follow processes like that. The reference on page 20 is to make it clear that this is not an executive agency of the state of Florida. I think that would be my legal opinion. And so you're not bound by chapter 287. So we refer to it, we'll follow that. They're well understood. There's a high likelihood that if you were to hire purchasing staff here in Tallahassee, they would be very familiar with those provisions. So it's easy to build on those processes, but to make it clear that you don't later get caught in a fight and say, well, your policy says you must follow chapter 287. That's why that language on page 20 is, that's just for convenience, that reference, but we're not governed by chapter 287.
Right, and I understand why we would include it, but I've read AG opinions that speak differently, that special districts are required to follow 287. And so I think that because there is a ongoing legal debate about that, to write it in our policy, to me, is overstating our, I don't know that this is something we can say legally. We are not under this. Why does that need to be part of our policy other than if it's just clarification, then I don't think we need it. I think we're creating a debatable point that we don't need to create.
Well, my legal advice would be if there's a question in your mind on whether you're governed by Chapter 287, you should answer that question definitively before you adopt a policy. You need to know what rules you're governed by. I don't be happy to read your AG opinions. But that's very important to understand what law governs you, and that should be clearly reflected in your policy.
And is this the same opinion regarding the Administrative Procedures Act, that it's only there for convenience, or is there an intent by saying we don't have to follow it?
It's to make it clear that you don't get dragged into it. Someone doesn't attempt to drag you into a Chapter 120 bid protest. So it's very clear to the public, if there's an issue, don't bother trying to follow 120, your remedy lies in court. So it's really an attempt to be real clear about here's the law that will govern us.
Yeah, Mr. Mitchell, of course.
Yeah, I have it's a question, and I feel odd asking the question while a motion and is on the table, but I didn't get a chance before the motion was made. Are we adopting, you mentioned something that has been adopted by the city and the county as it relates to WBEs and MBE. Are we adopting some sort of policy that I haven't seen? So I feel what
Right.
I don't know what this says. I mean, I don't know what the city and county policy is because I've never bid on any services for the city or county.
We're not signing up to the policy in the way that the city and the county did. So the word here is advance the goals and objectives is what it says on page 16 under those guiding principles.
Okay.
So that is a way to, you could not sign up to it. Now you don't have the staff to do, and your council member could probably speak to that. You today, as you exist, couldn't really say, yeah, we're going to follow that 100%. You're not adopting that, but you're committing to, you understand the goals and objectives. You'll take those into consideration and advance those in your business activity as the organization matures. If you get the resources to do everything that's required by that, you could formally adopt that
And
policy.
may I also clarify the intent, because you'll recall I mentioned this when we had the purchasing policy come to us in its original form. And I also mentioned, I thought that it was that you provided the flexibility as to what the process would be in terms of meeting the goals and objectives. For example, on our purchasing, and when we are purchasing goods and services, which is minimal, say, for example, once the ITN is completed and ratified, one of the ways that we could talk about it that's not identified in the policy, I would share that with my database, such that those minority women-owned businesses in our market would be made aware of it. One of the other ways that we could move forth the objectives and goals is that we would share it with any other procurement agencies, more for example, like the Office of Supplier Diversity and other minority women small business programs that exist in other jurisdictions, thereby making those constituents aware of this project. That would be one of the ways that we would optimize, advance the goals and objectives of the Minority Women and Small Business Program. You'll also recall that when I mentioned this in our meeting, I said that I thought that an affiliation with the program would be worthwhile because it is clearly commensurate with our community's values, because the other jurisdictions, as well as sales tax authorities and other tax authorities, like Blueprint, like the CRA, already adopt that policy. I thought it would be good that we would be affiliated with the same policy, such that we would show that we as an organization put a premium on opportunities being shared equally, and I mean, was being shared with those particular constituents in our economy, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and local small businesses.
So you support the policy as written.
Right, but it's the goals and the objectives. It's not the acceptance of the policy. It is the goals and objectives. So for example, so that's, I think that's the delineation that Mr. Granger came up with based upon what my recommendation would be our relationship with the CSC.
Excellent. All right. So we have moved and seconded the policy as written with the understanding that we are,
It's aspirational.
yeah, and we may
Yes.
clarify it. And we may
And we
clarify
will
it.
clarify it through our processes directly with the director.
All right, excellent. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, can I just add one point? Because
Please do.
It's important. The original draft, the limit for competition was $35,000. So we did bring down the limit from $35,000 to $10,000. So that is on page 18, the competitive solicitation threshold. So that's significant change from the original draft.
Good. Thank you. Anything else? Any other discussion of the motion?
I just have. one
Mr.
clarification,
Jones.
And this is not for me. It is for
Walter.
For Walter. Are you satisfied with the explanation, given that the
Yes, sir.
language included would remain?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excellent. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any objection? I'm not going to take a voice vote. I think you make you object if you object. Any objection? All right, so we're going to show that the motion passes unanimously. That brings us to the,
We got one.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, we got one.
Oh, yeah.
Got one done.
Thank you. One down, one down.
One down. Yeah.
Number two was number one, as it turns out. Yes, Liza.
As a follow-up though, and not for this, on the section about debriefing unsuccessful respondents and vendors, and I noticed the language was debriefings may be conducted.
It's a little hard to hear.
I'm sorry. On the section about debriefing unsuccessful responding vendors, and this is for moving forward when we get to writing the rules of it, that language of may, I made me a little uncomfortable. It's fine for right now. But I either think we should be providing the debriefings or not. And I think there's a lack of clarity there. I personally don't believe in giving debriefings because I think that unintentionally you give away potentially information about other vendors. It's just a personal, belief, but because it is May, when you get to writing out those rules, I think we should probably put a little bit more clarity than is in here.
Mr. Chair, if I can just alleviate that concern, that is may be conducted by conference call or in person. So that flexibility on that second bullet is that the vendor may request it. And then the second bullet is you may conduct it either by conference call or in person. And then the third bullet is addressed to your last concern about those debriefings are limited to their proposals. You don't get to talk about other people's proposals.
Can I ask a question about that? So, Mr. Springer, and the debriefing is not by the council, is that right? The
That's
debriefing?
correct.
So it's not an open public meeting. It can be a call. It can be a face-to-face with Mr. Granger, basically.
Correct. And the goal there is reflected in that the end of that third bullet, focused on information intended to enable the vendor to respond in a more successful manner. You want to be able to tell them, here's, we value you as a potential business partner. Here's why you did, you fell short this time. Here's our recommendations for the future, not.
I understand the benefit of that. I also understand, having been involved in this, the complications when a bid protest is going to come up afterwards.
Right. And totally understanding that the sequence of this is 30 days after award. This is well beyond the protest period,
Okay, so they have to do the protest within what, a 10-day period?
5 days.
5, okay.
Yeah, so this is 30 days after contract award, so you're well beyond the risk of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and when we were doing the planning committee, one of the things that we discussed and the other executive directors who had talked about it was the need to educate vendors. Some of our vendors will be unsophisticated. Some of our vendors will not have a lot of experience in grant writing and that sort of thing. And part of the process is to help develop vendors. So seems like it has some utility, but any other questions or discussions on the procurement policy? Very good. Excellent. Yes, Mr. Rowe.
As a clerical matter, the resolutions were ordered in sequence. The first one was tabled, so I'm going to change the resolution number to reflect.
All right, so
2021-1.
we are number one.
One pass.
Number one. So that brings us to the committee reports, which is the needs committee report from Dr. Glenn, Chair of the Needs Assessment Committee. And let's see, why am I in the wrong? And I would request a motion to, that's the wrong thing, to approve the proposed needs assessment invitation to negotiate. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Oh, are y'all ready? Are you ready?
Again, well, no, we're going to
That's right,
discuss it,
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
So,
Move,
Yes.
move second and then discussion.
okay.
Second.
Second, so it's been moved and seconded, moved by Mr. Mitchell.
You thought
seconded-
you were getting off easy.
I know, right?
Seconded
Oh, I'm going to make this a budget
seconded
issue.
by,
don't you?
seconded by Mr. Jones, and I'll ask Dr. Glenn to present.
Mr. Chair, council members, all right, I am honored to say that the needs assessment committee has produced a final proposed ITN that is ready for consideration and approval by the council. I just want to let you all know that a lot of work really went into this, and this was not taken lightly at all. As I mentioned earlier, I do think some blood, sweat, and tears were shared as we were working to finalize this final ITN. We have had 4 public committee meetings as we work to put this together, and we have discussed this with the council twice. We gave the public opportunities to comment on this, and we have even incorporated some of the recommendations that we got from the community as we work to finalize this and put this together. Today, I want to make sure that you all have a clear opportunity to really understand this ITN as much as we do. I think we've gone to bed with this, and I want to make sure that you all really understand this. So what I have asked is I have asked the committee members that have really worked, or the staff members that have really worked on this, to provide a PowerPoint presentation to walk you all through this, because I think there may be some things that might not, quite be clear just by reading this. And I hope all of you had an opportunity to read it. But I do want them to give you all a presentation to walk you all through this, because I will ask for your favorable consideration at the conclusion of this presentation. So please make sure you pay attention and you really understand what is being proposed. So with that, I'm going to ask Holly and Ted and Mr. Springer, who you all have met already. I know I definitely want to thank Mr. Springer, because he's done a lot of work he's really made this tighter. At first it was really wordy and just kind of hard to understand. And he made this really easy to understand, really easy to comprehend. So I've asked him to please take some time and review a presentation so that everybody understands where we are with the ITN. So Mr. Springer or Ted, I'm not quite sure which one of the two of you will start.
Thank you, Dr. Glenn. Let me make sure I know how to do this here. Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Glenn. So I'm just going to provide a very quick overview, and then Mr. Springer will follow up on this. In terms of the purpose of the ITN, and I will cite the page numbers for you so you can look at any of the things I'm talking about. The purpose of the ITN is about a page long, but basically it provides that the vendor will be looking at the current situation relating to services and needs for children, the current and long-term trends with regard to those needs, and will base their recommendations and conclusions on three guiding principles, primarily prevention, resiliency, and evidence-based and emerging practices with documented effectiveness. On the next slide, you'll see 5 bullets. These are the 5 things that you got a 26-page document in front of you. These are the 5 things that are going to be evaluated by the evaluation team that you'll hear about in a little bit. They relate in some ways to the statement of work, but the cover letter that's going to be required basically asks for the point of contact for the organization and affirms that the vendor or the respondent is committed to doing the work if they are selected. The respondent experience, qualifications, and references really goes to the capacity of the organization, relating to ownership, financial capacity, the diversity that they have within their own organizations, if they've ever done a needs assessment, a human service needs assessment before, and their general qualifications to do the work. The specialized expertise really drills down deeper than that in terms of if they've done work, asks if they've done work with partnerships and collaborations or chambers of commerce or other groups such as this, and what the scope of work was for those entities. It also goes into the experience in terms of understanding community risk factors, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and among others, the disproportionate impact, disproportionate contact of minorities with the systems. The thing that probably most people have been focused on is the service description. The service description is focused on the statement of work, which is Exhibit 1, pages 19 through 23. And this is basically when we are thinking about generally a needs assessment, this is the basics of what we're going to be looking for. Just as a reminder before we talk more about this service description, the next slide shows the priority areas that the council adopted a couple of meetings ago. There's 3 buckets. You've got the success in school and life, healthy children, youth, and families, and stable and nurturing families and communities. Within those 3 buckets, there are 8 priority areas there, school readiness, et cetera. So the next slide shows that the evaluation that will be made on the responses will require that for each of those priority areas, the vendor will provide what outcome measures the council should be looking at and how those outcome measures, how those outcomes will be measured. This, in effect, could end up being the scorecard for the council moving forward. Once those outcomes are identified, then for each of those priority areas, they'll be doing a program inventory and a gap analysis. And both of those will go to the levels of age, school zone, zip code, census tract, and of course, countywide. And lastly, there will be an information program inventory where they will be looking and gathering, compiling information about best programs around the country to address those gaps and the needs of children. That information will help to inform the council's efforts and the recommendations in the needs assessment as to what might be the best opportunities to address the needs of children in the area. On the next slide, the service description also goes into the budget area. It asks for the vendor to provide expedited funding award options that will generate immediate positive impacts on priority areas. throughout the county and by zip code and school areas. This is the money that before the needs assessment is done, if the council, as you've expressed before, would like to get some money into some programs and services before the needs assessment is done and the formal contracting process begins later next year, you'll be able to do it with the information that is provided through this activity. And then for the community investment process that will take place later on after the needs assessment is done, they'll be providing options for making short, mid, and long-term investments with regard to each of those priority areas throughout Leon County and in the zip codes. Lastly, on the next slide, the service description includes the requirement that the vendor provide the timeline from start to completion. So that we've all wondered, how long is this thing going to take? This is going to be told to us by the vendors. Each vendor will say, we can do the work in this amount of time, this amount of time, or this amount of time. So once we get to the negotiation point and have a contract, we'll know exactly what that time frame is in terms of having a final needs assessment in our hands. It's going to also address or another provision, another requirements in the service description, or the requirement to provide the years of annual and cumulative data that will be used in light of COVID and the implications that COVID has had on short and long-term issues relating to needs. The community engagement in all neighborhoods, particularly those that have high poverty census tracts. And then lastly, they've got to tell us what format are you going to provide to us all the reports in so that we can understand it and it'll be easily understood. When they're going to make reports to the council, et cetera, et cetera. On the timeline on the next page, you can see basically there's three issues. The ITN will be put on the street next Tuesday if the council passes it now. The deadline for responses will be September 24th, and the anticipated contract date is November 1, when the actual needs assessment would begin. So that's kind of the ITN in a nutshell.
Thank you very much. Mr. Springer, would you like to add any comments to this?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Glenn. And if you look in your packet behind Exhibit I, which is at page 32, is the draft of the ITN. And if you look on the second page of that, there's I guess third page. There's a table of contents of the ITN. That's a good framework to start. So, and I would affirm the council because of the transparency of this process. And I know I came in at the end of the needs assessment committee meeting before this meeting. So I know you've been meeting publicly. And I think that's great because you've done a great job of transparency and kind of getting the word out and making it very clear what you're trying to accomplish. So this document incorporates all of the work product I think that we got from the needs assessment committee. And you'll find that primarily in section 1B, which is the background of the council, section 4, your evaluation criteria, and then exhibit 1, the draft statement of work or the service description that Mr. Granger just went over. So what we did, because from the procurement angle, is say, okay, how can I take that and put that into an ITN process? So this table of contents that you see should be a clear picture of that process. So section 1 is when this gets advertised, anybody who's interested should be able to look at the first page and say, yeah, I want to do this, or I want to keep reading, or no, this isn't for me. So that the objective and the overview of the process is what appears in section 1A. And that we tried to state very succinctly what the goal of this ITN is. And it's on page 4 of the ITN. You're looking to establish a contract to solve the challenge of gathering and analyzing information to support the county's future funding decisions. So everything that you just heard about the service description. That's the pithiest expression of what we could do. So in exchange for the contract payment, at the end of the day, you want something that the council can rely on in order to make its future funding decisions. And there on that, in the section 1A, there's the kind of questions being explored by the ITN, because you might have a question, why are we doing an ITN? Why don't we do an RFP? This process gives you flexibility and to have conversations with vendors who might be your ultimate contractor around these questions. What's the right timeline for performance? Can we cover all 8 areas? So you'll have the ability later during the negotiation period to fine tune the statement of work and what the ultimate description of services is. You'll have the ability to adjust the schedule. That's why you're doing it as an ITN. So you have that flexibility. So section 1 just describes the overview. Section 2 is the actual process. Here's the due dates. Here's how it works. Section 3 tells the interested parties exactly, here's how to prepare your proposal or your response. So you try and make it super easy for them with instructions about here's what we're looking for. Section 4 is the evaluation. In the purchasing policy, it says for RFPs and ITNs, they're going to be done by a committee. And in ITN, you can have 2 committees. They can be the same individuals. There's an evaluation and a negotiation phase. So the evaluation of the proposals will be done by a committee on the criteria that are published here with the weights that are disclosed in the document. They will formulate a decision in the sunshine when they meet collectively about here's who we think is, reasonably susceptible of award, we call it, and who's going to advance to the negotiation phase. So that will be done by your evaluation committee. And your negotiation phase on the timeline is only 1 week. So just like state agencies, you can advance 1 or more of the firms in the competitive range, but there will be some number of competitors advance to the negotiation phase. And then section 5 of the ITN describes what that negotiation phase will consist of. And again, it's trying to understand more clearly what their offers are. If we need to refine the requirements, we can refine the requirements. That concludes with what's called a best and final offer, or a final reply. Now that you've had that chance to make sure everybody understands one another, you basically say, okay, give me your best offer. The negotiation team will take those best offers, formulate a recommended award, and then section 6 of this document describes the award process, which is the recommendation comes back to the council, and the council makes the ultimate award decision. One of the things that's in the draft statement of work, which is an attachment, in addition to the service description, it's on numbered page 23 of the ITN, is what we think the deliverables should be and the schedule. So this ITN process is the timeline that you see on the slide. What we've drafted as a contract performance period is on page 23. It's 150 days, so that's 5 months. If they start in November, they'll finish in April, which will feed into your processes as you go into next year. When you're making decisions as a council, you'll have this done. They will come up with drafts of the work product so that the council will be able to see that as it develops and make sure things are on track. Then there'll be a final inventory and gap analysis. Then once that's done, that'll come up and feed into their funding recommendations. And then this contract will include them making a presentation, a public presentation to whoever that audience is. So that's the scope of the contract.
Thank you very much for that thorough review. I just wanted to make sure everybody completely understood what was in the ITN and to be completely comfortable with it. So Judge, I'm going to turn it open for any discussion.
Any other discussion, any other questions, any other comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
being a member of this committee, I just want to acknowledge the great work of our chair. Dr. Glenn has done a fantastic job of managing those persons who are oftentimes have enormous egos and even bigger. And yet she was able to move our process and our work along. And I'm just very, very proud of what the ultimate document has been. And also to our team, to our staff, their expertise and how they were able to harness additional resources to make this a document that we could be very proud of. Kudos to everyone involved. A pleasure to serve.
Absolutely, absolutely. Any other discussion, Mr. Sachs?
Yes, I was able to provide some support to the needs assessment team in the development of the ITN. And unfortunately, on page 14, it didn't sound like it did a good job. So I want to go to page 14 and just identify an area of concern. We do have some weights on our criteria, and we did some adjustments to that during the committee meetings, and I appreciate that. But the header, which says points up to 5 per category, makes no sense. There are 5 categories, and if you did 5 times 5, you would only get 25, which is not equal to 50 at the bottom. If you tried to get to 50, the first one would be worth 12.5 points. The second one would be worth 10 points. The third one would be worth 22.5 points. The third one would be worth, or the next to last one would be worth 2.5 points.
Yeah, I don't want
Yeah,
to
it's
interrupt you.
right.
on page
I mean,
14.
he's right.
We made note of that during the committee meeting
Okay.
today. And the 50 is an error and it's supposed to be 25. So they are changing that. It will be 5 points per category. There are 5 categories.
Right, but that then doesn't comply with the weights. If
Yeah.
you're weighting them at 25%, the first one can only be 12.5 points. If you're weighting the second one at 20%, it can only be 10 points. And when you get down to the bottom, they can only be worth 2.5 points at 5% of 20. And it's even less than that if it's 25. It's like
1.25.
1.25.
Yeah, when we met last, I
So-
thought we were getting rid of the weights and just going with the scores.
No.
Well, no, we're going with the
we did
weights,
the
but not
weights.
going with the scores.
Right, we
If you were,
did the weights and we kept 5 points per category. At the guidance of our attorney, would you like to provide some guidance here?
Yeah, and Mr. Sachs is right, because I think that 50
Numbers
was a
don't add up.
remnant when they were 10 points each.
Get rid of.
The key thing for this from a legal perspective and what industry expects, what are your criteria that you're going to evaluate and what's the relative weight? So if the committee decided you're going to keep the weight column and delete the points column, that would work. As long as they know the criteria and the weights, that when you scale that to any point system, that can be done properly. It's not done properly here when you have,
and
5
my
times 5 isn't
offer to the
50.
committee was that instead of having a range of 1.25 points or 2.5 points or whatever you would have with a small total, if you either put 100 points on it or 200 points, for example, if you had a 200-point range, the bottom 2 would be each worth 10 points, which gives your evaluation committee a range to score between 0 and 10 for the smallest element. The largest element would only be worth 90 points, which is the 45% element. So you'd have a range of 0 to 90 for that element. But if you go 25 or 50, you're not giving your evaluation committee much of a range to score that section. So I would just offer that we consider either 100 points or 200 points to give that evaluation team some flexibility in scoring.
It just makes sense for it to be 100 points because it ties to the weights. By the way, I like the weighting. I do like the weighting.
The weighting is good. The second on that page is we had a discussion in the A committee meeting about the concept of establishing a competitive range and the evaluation team then deciding which one or more respondents would advance. If I understand how that's worded, the evaluation team would score the replies. They would determine from the scoring which respondents separated themselves from the pack and then said, move these two forward, move these three forward, move these five forward, whatever it is. But going into their evaluation process, would they know what that competitive range is? Let's say you say it's 100 points. Anybody who falls below 50 is out, or is there a minimum point score that's needed so that we don't advance people to negotiations that aren't qualified? I'm struggling with the concept of independent evaluations and then having the team make a decision as to who to move forward. To me, that would be something a procurement officer or an executive director would determine to move forward, not a team. The team, to me, should be just independent scoring and turn it in. And they're not deciding which ones to move forward. It sounds like from this, the team makes that decision.
Correct. The way this is
I'm
written. the
concerned
team-
about that because that requires a collegial effort. It might actually require a decision of the full council. Unless we're just going to say here, and I think we said in committee that would be their job. But I need to make sure that we all understand that role would be really clearly defined, and we all agree that subset are going to make that determination.
Yeah.
But didn't we clarify that by deeming that the staff, based upon what was described as the qualifications and the scope of work, if a person failed to meet the minimum qualifications or did not have the experiences, they would have been deemed non-responsive and would not have been considered by the team that is comprised of
I
board
understand
members.
that there would not be a responsive, if it's non-responsive, it would not get scored. But my concern is that someone would have achieved the scoring level, but then not meet the adequacy of what we would see as something that we would actually want to move into negotiations. We might want to go re-procure if we don't get enough quality scores. So my only question is, should there be a minimum score requirement that above that we would have a competitive range? Or do we want to define that at this point and say, we're just going to take the top 2 or 3, or we're going to take the top 7, or I don't know how many responses we're going to get.
Right. And I can address that because I've had that practical experience. If you try and guess, like I did a solicitation once where I said everyone needed, I think it was like a 85 or something, and the top score was a 79. And it's like, oh, now what do I do? So the way this is set up, you're reading it correctly, the evaluation committee is authorized to make the determination of who to move forward. That doesn't come to staff. It doesn't come back to the council. They will determine, who's reasonably susceptible of award, and also balancing the fact that we've only got a 1-week negotiation period to meet that timeline. So you're not likely to advance 7 or 5. The way it's written, it's 1 or more advances to the negotiation phase. And
So
the
do
evaluation
they
committee.
have to achieve consensus, or is
Yeah,
it majority
consensus.
from the
The
evaluation?
evaluation team must agree that these are the ones that are moving forward to the negotiations team.
And then I appreciate that, and that's very clear, and that's exactly what this says. So I just want to make sure we were all clear on that. And then my maybe biggest comment, and I apologize for it, but it's important to me, is on page 16. We have said, I think from the original draft of this ITN, that we would not open our negotiations meetings to the public. I think that a hallmark of this council has been its transparency and its openness. I have conducted too many to count ITN negotiations in the public. And I find that they are empowering to the public to hear the negotiations. I think they are accountable to our vendors to know that they are working with a public council, one that has the trust of its constituents. And I don't know of any trade secret that would exist in the needs assessment world that needed to be protected by keeping these things out of the public eye. So I am adamantly opposed to keeping these things private. I think it causes a concern of the public that I don't think we should ever open our doors to. And I would want to hear from anyone why that would be necessary, or what justification would ever support us not making these public meetings.
Mr. Springer, we talked about this. Do you mind providing your comments there?
Yeah,
I will
and
comment also.
Ms. Gleason referenced it, the legislature's stingy with its exceptions on open meetings law. This is one that since 2006, and it's been re-upped 3 times since then because they have to revisit it every 5 years. And the legislature has decided that negotiation meetings, internal strategy meetings, meetings where vendors make presentations to a negotiation team are exempt from the public records law. Now, to your point, that you may choose to have them open if you want, but the public policy in Florida as reflected in Chapter 286, and I won't go into all the reasons why I do think that's a good public policy. It's easier on the negotiators. It's fairer to the vendors because if you're the last negotiator and you get to listen to your 4 competitors before, and there's a long list of reasons why the legislature has said these don't need to be. To the transparency point, the price of that is they must be recorded. So at the end of the session, there's audio recordings which can be transcribed. Those become public records. So it's not like secret backroom deals or no one ever will know what happened. All of these meetings are recorded. After the award, the recordings become public records. So there's full transparency. It's just that temporary process during the negotiations that the legislature is exempted.
I'm sorry. if I
No, go
may.
ahead. And then
I think your explanation is spot on. I think that unless they were occurring simultaneously, I think you do provide unintended advantage to whoever is the last presenter. And based upon any one of those applications that would be before us, imagine that based upon the description, there may be questions I would ask of one vendor that might not be necessary for a subsequent vendor because it was my answer was found in the narrative or in the descriptions that they provided. I just think I don't think that it is fair for the person who goes first compared to the person who goes last. That was the way I saw it when you said that we would not, when we talked about this.
we did.
Once before. So that's, I stick with that. And I think the fact that it is recorded then means that that information can be provided to the public, but it doesn't occur in real time. And that means everything we would have done would have been forthcoming, and the public is still privy to that information, no different than minutes or anything else, but not in the context. I think it's not fair to me.
I do want to comment on that also. Walter, your comments were very well received, and we totally discussed it at length. We honestly came to the decision that honestly, we will get stronger negotiations if one vendor is not aware of what the other vendor is offering. So by allowing those conversations to happen in private, then we are able to get the best effort that a vendor is able to bring forward without knowing where the other vendor drew the line and said, I will not cross this line, or I cannot cross this line, or I cannot provide this service. If they're not aware of that, then we are able to get the best result from another vendor with private negotiations. Now, once again, it's still in the sunshine law because they will still be recorded. We can still release that information as required, but because it's happened before, we are still within the scope of the law to be able to have those conversations private. I do feel as if we'll get stronger responses from those vendors. And so we opted to still allow those negotiations to be private. And then we will still release those after the time of the negotiations. So we understood, we completely understood your thoughts, but that was a decision that was made.
And may I also offer, price is also negotiated at that time in the public, where any vendor who would respond subsequent to the other vendors would be aware of the price for which they would offer their services. That is certainly untoward.
Mr. Chair, just for a point of clarification, and Mr. Sachs, maybe this gets to your point, the public recordings or the recordings of the meetings will be made public prior to the the appeal process. So in other words, if, let's just say we've got 4 vendors and you have 4 separate meetings, all closed door, recording going. And, you know, I'm the losing vendor. And I'm thinking to myself, wait, I see the proposal that you've selected and I see the terms because you've made this public and I've listened to the recording. I just want the ability to appeal based on if there's something that came up in that meeting that I think to myself, wait, I still have a better proposal. You know, why did the evaluation committee go the way they went? And candidly, for the public's comfort with their money, I think it's, as long as those public recordings are made prior to, they can be made after an intent to award has been made, but prior to the expiration of the appeal process, then I'm cool.
You're
with it.
comfortable with that too. And then
Is
another
that-
thing
Is that
too,
okay with, I mean, does that get to?
No,
where
it
you're-
didn't, no, not even close, but I appreciate all the input. But I just want to address a couple of things that have been said. You can be very fair with all vendors by allowing for people to present at different times on different days. So if you have multiple meetings, which anticipate we would have multiple meetings with each of these vendors, some can go first the first day, others can go first the next day. So there isn't a fairness issue about going first. In a very disciplined negotiation process, you have a very formal agenda that makes sure every topic is addressed with each vendor fairly. And you don't pick and choose which topic to talk about to which vendor. So you do cover every area, and every area would be thoroughly vetted with each vendor. Price is a concern in that you would want to make sure that you have a best and final offer round, that all best and final offers will present it at certain time, and they would all be opened at the same time. They wouldn't be something where you have public meetings over best and final offers. But it would allow you then to take the best of all of those negotiations and invent that thing, that product you want to buy. Okay, you said you would do this, you said you would do this, and you said you would do this. We like a little bit of this and a lot of that and some of this. We're going to put that into a scope of work. Now, all 3 of you take that back and tell me what your best and final offer is against that. So it isn't a situation where you get to try to strike a deal, you get to try to strike a deal, and you get to try to strike a deal. We're going to take the best of everybody's ideas and we're going to come up with our best value option. And we're going to offer that as a best and final offer to all, however many we have. So none of that to me has to be done privately or has to be done secluded from the public. And I'm just such a huge fan of transparency and inclusion and opening the doors and letting people see our process, that this strikes me as something that isn't necessary. And that's why I raised it. I don't think it's necessary. I think we can fundamentally do these negotiations in the sunshine and embrace our existing transparency and not close the doors to the public. So
Walter, I do have one other thing that I want to come back with you on. Even after the negotiations, we will still have an open door conversation with the negotiations team in the public as we discuss what was actually negotiated. So the public will still have an opportunity to understand what the negotiations team thought, why they, came to certain conclusions. So it's not as if they're completely in the blind. After those closed door sessions, we come to the table and say, this is what we got from them. This is what we got from them. We can still go back and get a best and final offer at that point if we would like to, but the public is still informed. But that gives us leverage with those organizations as we have conversations without them knowing, Judge said this, Liza said this, and I'm going to come back with something just a little bit better just to give me an edge over those particular organizations. And I think that's within our right to be able to get the best level of performance that we are requiring from those vendors.
another protection that we've done is that you get each vendor to submit their presentations to you prior to their presentation, a PowerPoint or whatever it is they're going to present. and they have to stick to that. They're not allowed to then go rogue on you or address some other vendor's issues in their presentation. You keep them on script. That's just very disciplined negotiations, but I've said what I meant to say, so thank you for the time.
Thank
Mr. Chair, one, I think you guys did a great job, and I'm sensitive to what Mr. Sox is saying. I am in complete agreement with the reworking, and it's the guy who made the motion. I will amend it at the appropriate point to deal with the scoring. To me, this is the single most important thing this council is going to do. There has been much talk that that a needs assessment was already done, that we already knew. No, it wasn't. This is the most important thing that we're going to do as a council for quite some time. And I want to make sure we get it right. And I'm sensitive to some of the points that Mr. Sox has made, but I'm also willing to overlook those. One, knowing that there's a recording, so that if anybody in the public suggests that favoritism was paid or something, was done incorrectly, that they have the ability to listen to it. I want to get the best deal that we can. I don't want to skimp on the amount of money we spend to get the right answer. We have 10 years as a council. We're developing a map of those 10 years. If the map misses one turn, okay, it's one turn. If it misses two turns, it's okay. But those two turns that we miss is money. And it's money that should go to programs that are the most, the highest priority. I don't want to miss one turn. I want this map to be perfect. And Dr. Glenn, I think you did a great job. You and the committee that put this together did a great job. And with that, I've got my motion, Mr. Chair. I'd like to amend the motion to adopt the committee's recommendation with one change, and that change is on page 14, where there's an evaluation of the responses that we eliminate points, the point vertical, and we make the weight up to those points. So and with a total of 100 points, and that's my new motion. And
so weights translated into the
Points.
same into 100.
Second still.
All right. What's that? Are we still on second?
Second, he seconded the amendment.
All right.
Seconded the-
All right. Fair enough. So I don't know. Do you run the vote or do I run the vote?
I think you.
Where's Carolyn
Yeah,
Cummings when we
I
meet
know.
her? All right. So there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion. I don't know how to do this. But Walter, is it important to you that we take individual votes on it? All right. So we're going to show the motion passing. Very well. All right. Well, congratulations, Dr. Glenn. Nice
Thank you very much.
work.
Can I just please name the committee members? I just want to make sure everybody's aware. We did have the judge. We did have Ms. McFadden. Thank you so very much for your work. Ms. Connor, also Mark O'Brien, and Mr. Darrell Jones. So it's also a very important member. And then Walter, we really value, you weren't an official committee member, but by golly,
Huge
you really,
amount of help.
yeah,
Huge amount.
brought a lot of value to it. So thank you.
Yes. And let me also say, I continue to be so proud of this council, by the way. I'm more proud of us when we disagree than when we agree. And because it's a model of how we should have civil discourse, in my opinion.
I agree.
And pat everybody on the back. All right, CEO Search Committee update. It says Judge Sherstrom, but it's going to be Ted Granger. So Mr. Granger, could you give us an update on the CEO Search Committee?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. Just as an update on the search, the job announcement was posted on July 23rd. It closes tomorrow at 5 p.m. As of yesterday, about 2 p.m., we had 129 applications
Whoa.
that were received. Only
People wanna
60
work with us.
only 60 at this point have all the required materials. All the
Only
applicants.
60.
Only 60.
Only 60. All the applicants without all the required documents have been prompted to submit them by 5 p.m. tomorrow. So we expect both of these numbers to increase before the deadline. And if a lot of people procrastinate like I do, we might have an avalanche of folks coming in tomorrow afternoon. The job listing was posted on LinkedIn job posting, the Chronicle of Philanthropy, the Tallahassee Democrat Zip Recruiter, and the Leon County CSC website. It's been shared through the networks of the United Partners for Human Services, Whole Child Leon, the Institute for Nonprofit Innovation and Excellence, Florida's Children's Services Councils, the Florida Society of Association Executives, and upon request by the members or by the public. The search committee is going to meet Tuesday to begin the next step in the process, which is getting the packet with the all of the applications, and we'll continue the process at that time.
Excellent. Any questions or discussion?
I want to make
Mr.
one
Mitchell, of
point,
course.
and that is, there was, I remember talk at the very beginning that there would not be enough interest and that we needed to hire a headhunting firm. And I want to point out, there was some serious interest, clearly. And I'm hoping that very qualified people, and we saved money on the headhunting firm. Look at that.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Any other discussion of the search committee? Nice work, nice work. Ted, as usual. All right, so next meeting dates, item 11 on the agenda. I was supposed to shoehorn some other agenda item, Ted, you had told me. Did we need to amend the agenda? I'm now thinking I forgot the amendment that I was supposed to do. What was I supposed to do?
Website.
Website. We have a website. You did that during your report, did you not?
I mentioned the website, Mr. Chair, but we can show everyone the website at this point if it's the pleasure of the.
I wish you would show us the website.
You're on. It's funny, man.
So I'm going to take the microphone with me so I can drive back here.
Excellent.
Sorry that people can't.
You knew the
People who are
week I
online
had,
can't see.
Paul.
Yeah.
Not as bad as yours.
Right. So as you might have guessed by Ted and I's email address, our website is cscleon.org. Up until this morning, whenever you would put that in, it would automatically forward you onto the Leon County website. Now we have a website of our own that creates the
Good-looking
start
kids.
of a brand that kind of identifies just some of the news that we've been sharing. Thank you to the various different news outlets that are out there. We've kind of been tracking the progression of the organization. But where I really want to point to a couple of pieces, and I'll start with council members first, because thank you for everyone submitting your headshots and your bios. And if you didn't get them to me, I took them off of your websites myself. But you'll see in here just information about all of us. And what I really want to bring your attention to is this piece right here, which is an email address that we have set up for each of the council members. This goes to the start of the conversation that Attorney Gleason was having with you regarding operating in the sunshine, and that second piece related to public records. We're going to talk more at our next council meeting related to public records and that burden, even though many of you are already operating in the sunshine or operating with expectations. How do you delineate the communications that you're having for the CSC versus maybe your public appointed position or your elected position that you might hold? And of course, for those of you who are just like the rest of us and maybe not privy to all of that, we've created these email addresses for you to be repositories so that if you receive an email that's related directly to the CSC, you can simply copy it. You can also, if you choose, I can help you install it onto your phone or to your personal computer so that you can use that when conducting business related to the CSC. I think it's also important to note that in communication, as Ms. Gleason addressed, that when you text with someone that's related to the course of the business of the CSC and your role, that becomes a public record, which means it must be retained, stored with the custodian of public record, and be made reproducible upon request by any member of the public. That also goes to your social media. So for example, a few of you who might have been over in Amelia Island this past weekend talking about some really great work and maybe making comments related to the CSC, and you might have shared that on your social media, that is subject to the Sunshine Law and public records. Therefore, it must be retained. And this email address is one way for you to take a simple screenshot and to put it into your, and to create that record in a repository so that if there is a time where records are requested, we'll be able to find them. Going back to the pretty website now, you'll find in here as well, kind of here at the bottom, just some information and ways that we can start the conversation about it, engaging with various members of our community with quotes that have been provided from community partners. As this council grows in the work that it does, this will become a tool utilized for community engagement to help not only talk about what we're doing and to provide access to information, but to also highlight the partners and the resources that we're going to make available to families and providers. A couple of things I wanted to point out. Everything that is currently on the Leon County website has been transferred over. So we do have access, we do have access to all of that information. Nothing has been lost, including some just information and statistics about our community, starting the conversation and identifying those key priority areas that Ted highlighted earlier, as well as just kind of the powers and functions and abilities for the community to sign up and learn more. Finally, this is the one I think many people will want to know about, is access to all of the documents. There is a fantastic tool, and I just want to give a shout out to Miss Mary Smatch with the county for her constant revisions and updates for posting every single one of all of these meetings that have, and I'll go all the way back to May 6th, meeting notices, agendas, extra materials if they were available, minutes, and then I will be updating this to include the direct link to the recording on our YouTube channel. You'll see here that it's divided up by every single date that we've had meetings. And even though we are a new council, you can see we have had a lot of meetings. So tomorrow, this will be updated to include the link to the recording. It will also include a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that Mr. Granger shared with you earlier today. So this is that resource. Finally, a couple of things that are forthcoming. Currently, when you click on calendar, it's just going to open a very benign meeting schedule. This will be updated to start to include opportunities of where we're in the community talking about the Children's Services Council, whether that's our interim administrator or that's a member or one of you out there in the community doing something that we can then highlight. It'll also give an opportunity for our partners and providers to submit an event that they might be hosting coming up in the near future that's very related to the work that we're doing. So it will be engaging and interactive. And the final thing that I'll point out, other than all of our social media channels that are active and will start to generate content after this, is that we do have an official mailing list sign up. One of our goals is to start communicating to the public. So I want to encourage people to get on that list. Just go there, click sign up, and it'll go through a commitment process. Part of what we hope to achieve moving forward, and a big thank you to the Florida Children's Council, Michelle Watson is going to coordinate for us, as well as our partners over in Escambia, an opportunity to learn from several of the other children's services councils about how to do, like, the real question was, had you known what you know now when you first got started, what would you have done differently? Where would you have started? All of that. So getting some really experienced partners to come to the table and share with us, like Broward and St. Lucie County, as well as some of those that have just gone through this process with our friends over in Gainesville, to help learn and kind of create and help us kind of craft a plan. The final thing that I'll share, because I'm excited about it, is that you'll notice it's very bland. And I say bland with a lot of love. We don't really have a logo. This is actually just Leon County. For those of you, it's not a boot. It is, in fact, our county. One of the things that I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Glenn is in talking about engagement, she really suggested an opportunity for how do we get youth engaged in this work that we're doing. And one of the really cool examples that we have seen is when you engage youth in creating art. So potentially with, of course, the council's approval, going through a creative focus group process where our brand is developed by our community through our youth and our partners in the community, as opposed to a different, maybe alternative process. So that's something that we are considering. And I just want to thank Dr. Glenn for that suggestion. I think it's a really, really great way to start building trust as we move forward. I'll take any questions.
Questions about the website?
You did a great job.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah, very
Amazing.
nice.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Well done. Nicely done, Holly. All right, brings us now to item 11, next meeting dates. We have the Truth and Millage public meetings, September 8th and 21st, both at 5:15 by statute, has to be after 5 o'clock, both in this same room. So September 8th and 21st, 5:15 in this room. Those are public hearings. A review draft agenda, it says. Mr. Granger, would you review for us the draft agenda?
Yes, sir. On page 28 of your packet.
I do not have page 28, so you're
uh,
gonna have to go through it. Thank you.
Yeah. On page 28 is a very, very rough draft agenda for the public hearing. I say that with a caveat that I have not run it by our general counsel, so that it may be fundamentally wrong. But what is right is the bolded words there are required by statute to be included. So everything that's in bold has to be done, has to be said at the meeting. The other parts of the meeting that are just kind of the regular parts of the agenda. I think one of the fundamental things is in the box there that the CSC must adopt a millage rate before adopting the budget by a separate vote, and then must adopt by separate votes. So that's basically it. I wanted to give you, it was asked at the last meeting what a trim hearing would be like, and this is kind of the agenda that approximates what it will look like on September 8th.
Very well. Any discussion of our Truth and Millage draft agenda or the meeting or the public hearings? Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, so I sat through that Department of Revenue
Yes.
lesson, and I distinctly remember that a budget has to be adopted before the millage rate. And I'm just looking at your box that says the meeting requirement, the millage rate before adopting a budget. Are you sure about that?
I may have copied it wrong.
Okay,
But
and I may be wrong.
I think it's right.
I may have heard it wrong.
I think I heard, I was confused because of the way we approached building our budget,
Right,
but I will check on that.
okay. Yeah, I distinctly, I mean, it was something that stood out again, because it said budget. It was one of the things.
It gets confusing because we had to send it to the county first, right?
Right.
I can't remember, Paul. All right. Any other discussion of our draft agenda or our trim public hearings? Very good. Thank you. Our next regularly scheduled council meeting date is Thursday, September 23rd. Thursday, September 23rd. What time? And that's in this room. Is that right? What time is that meeting?
That's
Same
going to be
time?
at 2 p.m., but it's going to be at the county commission.
2
You'll-
p.m.
You'll recall that this was moved from the third Thursday due to the Jewish holiday.
2 p.m. at the,
So it will be on the 23rd. Yes, at 2 p.m. at the county commission chamber.
county commission chambers.
There
All
is
right.
an executive director search committee just before that, FYI.
All right. All right, so the search committee will meet is the search committee at noon or at 1?
1 p.m.
At 1 p.m., followed by the full council meeting at 2. Thursday, September 23rd, county commission chambers.
Have page 27 in the agenda packet. You'll see the long list of.
I managed to not print out the entire
Oh.
meeting package. I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. You're my hero, as always. Thank you. All right, excellent.
So if I could, can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
So the trim meeting, all of us are expected to be at the hearing, correct?
Well, we have to have a quorum.
Right.
is
So,
my
okay, right.
understanding.
It's a regular scheduled meeting for all of us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So we're jumping ahead to the next meeting after that then, I guess. And then I have another question. Who is on, one comment, I do seem to remember that the budget came before, our discussion before was the budget came first before we set the millage and then they had to tie back together. But maybe I'm mistaken as well. Remind me, who was on the executive director search committee?
It's the executive committee.
Okay, good. So I'm not on that one. Okay. I'll just,
Would you like to be?
oh, no, I'm good. No, sir. I have enough. I'm good.
All right, good. So the next full council meeting after the public hearings, September 23rd, 2 p.m. County Commission Chambers. Next meeting agenda, search committee update, personnel policy, and now we're going to add to that the public comment policy. And
Resolution 2.
yes, resolution, what we have, resolution 2 is our next agenda with all of the things that we ordinarily do. I'm assuming we're going to have do we want to put on the agenda, Ted, as I'm thinking off the top of my head, do we want to put on the agenda sort of an overview of the ITN, of how we're gonna do the proceed on the procurement, just kind of
Just an update.
an update, yeah.
Sure.
All right, very good.
Please also add the swearing in of Mr. Watts at your next meeting.
Swearing in, and we need to say goodbye to Mr. Sox.
Your Honor,
Is that?
Yes.
I think our general counsel has an answer on the trim question about the budget versus the millage coming. first.
Mr. Rowe, please.
Yes, sir. I will confirm this with Ted, but in the summary DOR materials I carry with me at this time of the year, it's clear that the budget resolution is adopted by separate vote after.
Huh.
All right, excellent. I get confused because we had to do the first budget in July for
Well,
reasons.
if I may offer, right, before I was appointed to this committee, I could not understand how there was any discussion by this committee to formulate a budget before the millage rate, because budgets, you know what monies you have available before you do a budget, not you come up with a budget before you know what monies you have available.
It was a
So I didn't-
timing issue.
So I didn't
All-
understand that when it.
All logic bends in the trim process, in the trim class that we took. I don't think my brain will ever be the same. All right, excellent. Anything else for the next agenda? Anything else for the next agenda? Excellent. All right, so this next part may not mean as much to everybody as it's going to mean to Walter and me. Walter more than me and Mark. And there was a person that we worked with, Jenna Olson. I worked with her in a case. These are some photographs. So that's an adoption child. Jenna is the person in the holding the sign, and just a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful human being. But I'd like to turn it over, I think, to Walter and to Mark to talk about why this is so important for this group. Anyway, Walter, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I'm just going to read a statement. And Gina was very close to us, so I apologize if I get a little emotional reading it. Gina Olson worked with DCF since 1995 and has left a legacy of impact on our communities. Gina was transitioning from her role as the community administrator here in Circuit 2 to serve her home community in Pensacola in Circuit 1. She was moving there to be closer to her aging parents, a true sign of her giving and caring heart. For those of us who not only worked closely with Gina, but also knew her as a friend, we know that her whole world was dedicated to her family, especially her recently adopted daughter, Leanna, and her devoted husband, Don. Judge Shostrom officiated an adoption, and it meant all the world to be able to be a forever home for Leanna. Gina's parents, Carol and Jim Olson, had a special place in her heart, as so did many of her close friends. Gina was one of a kind, and the many organizations that she led or was affiliated with will be feeling the impact of her many gifts for years. This is from the Tallahassee Democrat back in 2017 when she was recognized as one of the 25 women you need to know. The article read, did you feel the ripple effect when Gina Olson moved to Tallahassee? If not, it won't be long before you do. This Pensacola native has been under the radar in Tallahassee's philanthropy scene, working hard behind the scenes to make good things happen. Helping others is in Olson's blood. Her parents' giving spirit was present throughout her adolescence as she worked as a candy striper in a nursing home. Being in close proximity to others in need fueled her desire to give back and look for opportunities to help. Ultimately, Olson was led to a career with DCF as a protective investigator. She rose through the ranks to her current position as the Community Development Administrator for Leon, Gadsden, Wakulla, Franklin, Liberty, and Jefferson counties. Olson takes her work from her office to the streets, where she works side by side with other volunteers to provide food, clothing, fresh produce, hygiene products to low-income elderly, educating parents and caregivers on infant care, the fostering and comfort and security of homeless children throughout the national program Project Night Night, which provides a book, a stuffed animal, and a blanket to children who have been removed from their home. She spearheaded the program being brought to Tallahassee. If you ever attended a function of PACE Center for Girls, Early Learning Coalition of the Big Bend, Capital Women's Network, Capital Region Career Source, Zonta Club, or Dress for Success, you likely saw the fruit of Olson's labor. As a PACE Center for Girls Leon board member and 3-time recipient of the Davis Productivity Awards for her work with farm share food distribution and foster parents, she blended her professional skills with personal passions that makes our community safer and stronger. Service to others is personal for Olson, and she tells the story of connecting with a young woman struggling to get back on her feet after a car accident that left her childless and homeless. Her participation in the Hope Service Project with Zonta allows her to assist homeless women with transitioning into independent housing, building life skills, and being self-sufficient. Gina feels fortunate to have been in a position to help this young woman by collecting donations, connecting her to assistance, and supporting her as she got a second chance. She doesn't take much credit for the accolades that are showered on her. Her commitment to community service is seamlessly sewn into how she gives her life. Get engaged in Tallahassee, she would say. Discover your passions and find a little way you can help to be helpful. It feels good to help others and make a difference in their lives. Her legacy of service is a gift to Tallahassee. As a progressive and positive inspiration for others, she is truly one of Tallahassee's women to watch and follow. So as I mentioned earlier, she was dearly loved by the many folks in this community. And in moving to Pensacola, we had a chance to celebrate her on quite a few occasions as she was leaving. So she knew that we loved her. There are a few organizations in town who are planning for a lasting remembrance of her. They're going to do a scholarship in her name at Pace. We will forever cherish her memory, and since we are so close to her family, especially her 4-year-old daughter, Leanna, we are actively wrapping around them lots of supports and making sure their pain is eased. And I appreciate you guys letting me do a little bit for her.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mark, did you want to say?
Well,
some more?
I didn't know her nearly as well as you and Walter knew her, but in the not-for-profit community and in the world of Tallahassee, it's hard to believe she was only in Tallahassee for 12 years for the impact that she made. You talk about someone who is a woman you would need to know, everybody would want to know and would benefit in knowing Gina. The number of lives she touched and her level of engagement, it was unparalleled. It's just basically a life that was certainly all about energy and improving the lives of those around her. My grandmother used to tell me when I was a kid that the world has two types of people. People who basically suck the life of everything around them, suck out the life of everything, are people who make the world a better place. And we have a choice to be one of those two. And quite frankly, Gina was at the top of the list of the ladder, making the world a better place. I know when she left, thinking about the not-for-profit community and just her level of volunteerism and around leaving Tallahassee, she left a hole in our community just in the last short period of time when she left. I mean, this is only like a month ago or so. But her passing leaves a hole in the world and hard to fill, but certainly someone who we need to recognize and honor for her contributions specifically to our community and the lives that she's touched.
Thank you. I did not know her anywhere near as well as Walter did.
Yeah.
I knew her through one case, really, which is the adoption of that little girl right there. And with everything else that you just heard her do, she came to court every time. Every time. She's quiet, but man, she held us to account. And you know, some of you heard me say it. There are saints who walk among us. And they walk among us as a challenge. And that's the kind of an example that we're trying to live up to. So
Judge,
it's a privilege.
you know, when we were doing the planning council, the committee to design the CSC pre-vote years ago, I approached Gina about being on the planning council, and she said, well, you know, I have an adoption case with Judge Shostrom. She said, I don't want to put him in that position because I'm going to have to attend all these meetings with him and he's going to be thinking about my case. And I just don't want to put him in that position. And that's who she was. She was a good, and Daryl, I know you guys had a good relationship as well.
Oh, yes. I've had the great pleasure of serving with her at the Pace Center for Girls. And she was a really bright star. She was a fantastic fundraiser. And she brought an infectious enthusiasm to everything that she was involved in. And it was a pleasure to know her.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Thank you, Walter, for bringing it to us to make sure we gave her some recognition. So member comments. I don't have any other member comments, but Walter, I did want to turn it over to you to introduce Terrence to us maybe formally and maybe.
Judge, it might actually, I don't know if you're up to it, but it might be good to swear him in now because he's going to attend the trim meetings and
You're gonna make me administer an oath without having anything written down
You
again,
did
aren't
you? Did
you?
it so well with Rocky before. I knew you could knock
Come on
it out
up.
of the park.
Come on
But,
up.
I did give my resignation letter to Ted. The position is designed for the local community administrator. And of course, Gina was in that position before her move to Pensacola. And so when we hired Terrence, I knew that he's like just a perfect fit for this group and he'll be sitting in the seat effective in the next board meeting, but he will attend the trim meetings as well. And because Gina was destined for our Circuit 1 position would sat on the Escambia Children's Trust, I'll be on that one a little longer till we designate a person there. So it also frees me up to be a little bit more time in Pensacola and work with that trust. So here's Terrence Watts. You've met him before, but Judge?
Excellent. Well, thank you. Thank you, Walter, for the astounding service that you've given to us. Walter so does love to be the center of attention. All right, thank you. So, Mr. Watts, welcome aboard. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm, actually, you know what? That's a different oath. Would you repeat after me? I, Terrence Watts,
I, Terrence Watts,
will well and faithfully execute
will well and faithfully execute
the duties of the office of member
the duty of the office of members
of the Children's Services Council of Leon County.
of the Children's Services Council of Leon County.
I am qualified to serve,
I am qualified to serve,
and I will so serve.
and I will so to serve.
Congratulations. Welcome. All right. So are there any other member comments?
If I may, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Walter, I don't know you very well, but first, you're a really smart guy. No, he is, and he's been an invaluable member of the birth of this organization. And I want to say thank you. I've been in awe with you since our first meeting, just listening to you, and you have just a wealth of knowledge, and you really spearheaded getting this thing started. So I just personally want to say thank you.
Thanks, sir. Anybody else? Paul?
Yeah, I had mentioned at the last meeting, or maybe it's the meeting before, that the Florida Juvenile Justice Foundation is doing a fundraiser. I will make sure that Holly, I'll send her the flyer. She can share it with all of you and post it on the website if appropriate. It is on September 1st, which I believe is a Wednesday evening at Happy Motoring, which is right across the street from Proof, Oakland. And I would encourage you to tip your bartenders well, because or tip me well.
Are you one of them?
What's that?
Are you one of them?
I am one of them, and all of the tips will go to the Florida Juvenile Justice Foundation, and those tips will be used to for scholarships for kids that successfully make their way through the DJJ program. So there you have it. September 1,
Thank you.
5:30 to 7:30.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I may also join our superintendent, I want to thank Mr. Sachs for his contributions, but certainly for your career. As you know, I'm new to my elected position, but I really have a great deal of respect for you, for what you have been as a safety net for the children that I'm elected to serve, and the way that you're able to speak to not just their cognitive needs, but their social, their emotional, and all their needs that lead to their what will be ultimately their maturation into adulthood. And so thank you for what you've done and the influence you've provided in helping us to, one, get this on the ballot, and then two, to successfully take it beyond the end zone, and then to provide your important counsel as we've done this work thus far. So thank you, and thank you for caring for our children. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And I'll still be around. You guys picked me to be on the negotiation team. Yeah, Terrence is back. I'm watching the camera.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. We need to, 3 minutes for public comment.
3 minutes.
All right. Any other member comments? Any other member comments? Thank you so much. We are adjourned. Thank you, folks. Well done.
Carmen, everything going well at school?
You gotta keep your mother-in-law happy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Everything's good. I'm telling you. I'm starting to think there's a light at the end of this tunnel.
Yeah, I know.
COVID elbow, COVID elbow.
Oh, no, I just want to mention. What's that? Oh.
Progress.
Well, no, I just saw
I'm
the
telling
thing
you,
once.
it's a good group.
There you go. I'm sure they. I appreciate that.
Hey, sir.
What's I appreciate that. It should be good.
How's life treating you?
Yeah, one of my,
Actually, and if you
wife,
can't go,
Jody,
it's always decisions.
yeah, anyhow, just a terrific lady. And the good thing is, we also represent the foundation, a prepaid college tuition fund. So I've got all the money we raise, they match us dollar for dollar. So for every scholarship we raise money for through the foundation, they match with another scholarship. So yeah, it's good. It's good, especially for those kids. You know? Yeah. Anyhow, thank you very much.
Was not a powerful there. Right. And I've been really, I tried to put it in the editorial page, the editorial, when they voted and had all of that kind of conversation.
I was there.
I even drafted it, sent it in, but I couldn't get anything in. That, I felt like they all pull back the vote, call a second meeting. And if they couldn't vote unanimously,
On putting it on the ballot, you mean?
no, yeah, put it on the ballot.
Yeah. Well, politics, you know.
I don't know why we deserve that. And the thing I read strange things. I read Washington's second farewell address
I'm familiar with it.
at least once a year, usually once every 6 months.
Which of Lincoln's inaugurals do you read?
I don't read any of his. I guess I should.
I'm a big fan. Read the second inaugural.
Okay.
It's short. It's short. And he
Well, this
talks
is-
about writing a short speech.
The problem with it is I even bought Mary Ann Lindley lunch to see if I could get her to rewrite Washington's second farewell and put it in the 2020 vernacular.
Yeah.
Because it's all there. I mean, the words and the structures change, which makes it difficult for us to read. But if she rewrote it in this vernacular, I think we recognize the things too.
Of course. Well, that's the. I don't know. I mean, Lincoln didn't write speeches; he wrote poetry, in my opinion. But you know that the motto of the VA comes from the last line, which is to care for him who shall borne the battle. And but the part about the speech that's so good is it's civil discourse among people who are just bloodlet. 500,000 dead, and that's but I mean Washington is even more courteous than Lincoln. So
I think that's why I got on.